Ladies and gentlemen, let's finish this stupid thing. Let's finish giving negatives to Ender Dragons. So, because of how this works, and we have precedents set on this for both from both FF14 and World of Warcraft, I am not giving this negatives. But I want you to understand that when this came out, this sucked. This was aggravating. It's like, alright, new content patch. 1 audio file a week for 9 weeks. This wasn't great, is what I'm trying to get at. So, without further ado...
Testing. Agoric, recording on behalf of Friend Detective Agency, on site at the Brotherhood's Jade excavation. After the recent demon run-in, our efforts to curtail campus energy crisis are postponed. Me and my team of experts...
Your team, huh?
Our team is strategizing a plan to remove said demon from its power source, a ley line housed within the mine.
You're recording? Can I get some airtime? Engineering Grandmaster Yao here, reporting from the trenches of an illicit jade mining mega operation.
Yao? These are case notes, not a Hollow News broadcast. I'll continue logging updates as they occur. Goric, out.
Just trying to lighten the mood.
Now, you may not have noticed that, but the actual text that popped up was, wait until your allies have an update. That was the wait a week step. Now, thankfully, I was actually a little bit worried about this. Thankfully, it's all pre-baked now, so now we can just sit here and talk to this thing 9 times.
Case notes. Entry 2. Today I ran further analysis on the unknown element present in the commander's haze samples. Though still indeterminate, I suspect it's a byproduct of the demon, likely agitated by its confined ley line proximity. For now, I've set up a makeshift lab for experimentation here at the mine. It's humble, but rather quaint, if I do say. It will serve my needs for the time being. I just need to keep out a few nosy Kappa trespassers. As usual, I'll continue logging my research as it proves pertinent. Goric, out. Case notes, entry 3. An unexpected visitor dropped by. Chol Mu. I thought maybe he'd come to shut down my lab.
He was over here? Yeah, he does hate things built without his approval.
But he seemed to take an interest in my work, particularly the previously mentioned haze samples. Of course, I was thrilled to recount my current hypotheses, but he seemed more concerned about potential health effects.
He's been really torn up about his crew.
I'll continue updates once confidentiality can be maintained.
Sorry, just curious about the research is all.
While I usually record notes as soon as possible, the event that transpired recently required a moment to process. It began when one of those Kappa pets got into my equipment, while wreaking senseless havoc, smashed a haze sample. The sample was small. However, inhaling its contents in an enclosed area made me lightheaded. I knew it was unlikely to cause damage. Still, I went to recuperate on a cot at the medical tent. Once rested, I felt well enough to return to work. But when I opened my eyes, what I saw made my nausea return full force. Oh, Detective Rama, I mean...
Am I interrupting?
No, just recording some research notes. I can get back to them later.
You're probably wondering, what's that cassette deck sound in between each sound effect? So here's the problem. Speaking as an audio engineer and a voice director, I'll tell you exactly what happened. So they wanted to have the emulation, because this is relatively new tech, these audio logs, like literally just a few years old. So they wanted to have that kind of old-timey sound to them. So they thought, great idea, we'll put together a sound effect. And you notice it's the exact same sound effect each time of someone hitting record, chunk, giving a nice satisfying thing there, and then they would talk into it. And then, because they were stupid or lazy, take your pick, they decided to mass edit every single sound file, which is every single person's lines, and add that to the beginning of all of them, instead of adding it to the beginning of the first line for a sequence, and then the end of the last line in a sequence. Because what it should sound like is chakunk, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, chakunk. And that's what it should sound like. Instead, they do it for every single one. Like I said, incompetence or laziness, take your pick.
Case notes. Entry 5. Rana visited to check in after my Kappa incident, which I suppose still needs explanation. Picking up where I left off. When I opened my eyes, I saw something I don't think I'll ever be able to forget. Lish was sitting across from me. Not in his golem body, but exactly how I remembered him from before his illness took over. He stared at me in a menacing way he never had before. And his body disintegrated into a mass of writhing needles. They swarmed me. I can still feel the prickle of their claws across my skin. At the point I thought I might suffocate, they vanished. Next thing I remember, I was clinging tightly to Yao, sobbing. They comforted me until I could pull myself together. Once I found the words, I told them everything. They stayed with me for a long time. Then they returned later with some tea. I'm still shaken up and rather embarrassed about what happened. But I'm so grateful Yao was there to help me through it. I'm going to see Tiny soon. And I plan to tell her everything that happened.
We have completed the task at hand.
Case note. Entry 6. I paid Tiny a much-needed visit and told her everything. She has a way of making me feel better. We also spoke about the implications. We think the unknown element I've been studying is causing these effects. What's most troubling is that this incident confirms my earlier hypothesis. These hallucinations aren't random. Based on the commander's experiences, and now my own, the delusions appear to target prime emotional vulnerabilities. The how of it all remains a mystery, but it does explain the demon's manipulation of one's
Begin
senses.
destruction protocol.
Now that I'm back, I plan to tell Rama and Yao about this development, though it seems they stopped by in my absence. They installed a few Kappa-repellent gadgets outside my lab, and left a kind note with a plate of tea cookies.
Aw.
Picturing those two working together makes me smile. They seem on better terms lately. I hope the trend continues.
Let's see. That's a bunch of yellows. And an orange. Hello. So before I move forward, since Blake Duvall's here, and since I'm already kind of like, well, let's go. Would any of you like to know how well End of Dragon scored? Not counting the stuff we're doing now, which will, lower said score.
Power flow at 30%. Rerouting.
So, it got a few boosts on the density axis because it was actually really short. In fact, it is the shortest expansion that we've covered so far, not counting the stuff we're doing at the moment. Obviously, that's going to push it over the line. But it was 14 and a half hours, totally. The meta helped, which pushed it up to plus 90 gameplay and plus 15, plus 90 story, and plus 15 gameplay, which is all nice, big boosting things. The thing is, what I wasn't prepared for was the fact that it wasn't, well, I'm just going to say the numbers. So, 97% ratio on the story, which is huge. 75% ratio, which is the highest we've had so far. And good densities on both story and gameplay. All of that boosted up to about 305 bronze. Now, if that sounds weird, that's because that's a little bit lower than Path of Fire. And I started thinking about that. And it's true, it is a little bit lower than Path of Fire. It's not too much lower than Path of Fire. Path of Fire was 243, whereas this is 305. The bottom line is that Path of Fire just had more more to it. It had Season 4. Because of the fact that we counted Season 4 as part of Path of Fire, which I stand by, it's worth noting, it just kind of knocked it out of the park. It had a full... Yeah, Path of Fire had Joko. Path of Fire had Balthazar. Path of Fire had the big conclusion with Kralkatorrik. Path of Fire, yes, I would, Giga. Path of Fire had the development of Aurene and the death of Aurene. And just... It kind of kept absolutely nailing it. So while End of Dragons is exceptionally good, and I stand by that 305, Path of Fire was just better. And it's funny to think about that in hindsight, but oh my god, Giga. Hello, Catmander. As long as you're not an Uwu commander, that's all I care about. As much as End of Dragons is freaking good, remember, plus 300 is insane, even for a bronze number, Path just had more. Path of Fire had 343. I didn't know you could change the colors. That's kind of cool. Congratulations, Giga. I mean, you earned it. Let's be honest with ourselves. Anyways, hopefully we'll be able to get End of Dragon's actual score, which will be lower. Anyways.
Case notes. Entry 7. Today was unusual. Rama visited. That wasn't unusual. Though his demeanor was rather... tender? However, Yao and Cholmu also visited. Yao did most of the talking. Odd, as Cholmu's keen on speaking for himself. Yao explained that Cholmu had experienced hallucinations. I asked him to elaborate. Frequency, locations, etc. Arama made to leave, perhaps out of politeness, but Cholmu told him to stay. He said it's better we're all made aware. He didn't go into much detail. His visions were of a deceased friend, and they only occurred in the lower mind. Arama pressed him about the other crew members, but Cholmu claimed that none had voiced similar experiences. He originally chalked any behavioral discrepancies up to stress, but he realized too late that it may be something more. Cholmu's account seemed credible, if not a bit slow, and there are another data point supporting mine and Timey's theory.
Alright, who's ready for me to get a bunch of laurels? Oh, whoops. There we go. There we go.
Something unbelievable just happened. Cholmu visited again. Once certain we were alone, he began frantically rambling. He admitted that he left out details about his hallucinations because Yao was present. Early on, Cholmu had worked on the forefront of the excavation. Alone one night, he heard someone run up behind him. Before he knew it, he was face down. He could hear the attacker hissing while bashing his head into the ground. Nearly unconscious, Cholmu felt the attacker start chewing his leg. He suspects it may have been trying to eat him. With the strength he had left, he cast off the attacker. He sat up to see one of his captains, blood staining her mouth. Their struggle continued, edging closer to a mine shaft. To keep them from falling, Cholmu tried to ram her backward. But in that moment, she lunged. Instead of hitting him, she flew over his back, free falling to the bottom of the mine. He was so shocked, he couldn't process it. His crew assumed the captain quit, as she'd recently been acting agitated. That's when his delusions began. He made me swear not to tell Yao, who'd known the captain. But I had to tell someone. Case note, entry 9. I have a confession. Despite Chomu swearing me to secrecy, I couldn't keep his story to myself. I paid Taimi another visit and spilled everything. She was shocked, to say the least, but she was glad I confided in her. She echoed Chomu's request not to tell Yao. There's no use upsetting them. I couldn't bring myself to do so anyway. Still, I feel better getting it off my chest. And as Taimi pointed out, if I was stressed, imagine how Chomu feels. Between the guilt and the cruelty inherent in these delusions, it puts his behavior into perspective. While I was there, Taimi showed me something exciting. A prototype for a device that she, June, and Yao are working on. It's designed to control the stress response the demon seems to feast on, then channel that power back at it. It's based on my research findings, paired with Yao and June's Jade tech knowledge, and Taimi's everything knowledge. We just might have a solution to our demon problem.
Oh my god.
Case notes, entry 10. This is it! We've done it! Thank the alchemy! Taimi asked me to stop by as soon as possible. When I arrived, she, Yao, and June were putting the final touches on their newest invention. It boasts several features, not to mention a sleek design. I can't wait till the commander sees, though I need to keep reminding myself to treat this with sensitivity. The commander's role in our plan will likely be the toughest and most psychologically draining. Still, I'm on pins and needles for the invention's debut. Demon, here we come. Gorik, out.
Quest complete. We have successfully listened to all the entries. I don't think we can manage it. Okay. We made it. So let's see. I think we just jumped forward like 3 or 4 months. Yeah, let me check here. Of course, these aren't listed properly. Why would they be? Yeah, they're not. Whatever. I was going to pull up an exact timeline, but one way or another, we're now jumping forward yet again, because that's just our life here, to Game Geek giving me money. Thank you, Game Geek, as always. While I jot that down, in answer to both Blade Taval and Czar, yes, obviously I was still driving. I was driving up to the motorcycle repair place, and then back. Let's see, that's going to Hi-Fi Rush, Dragon Age 4, and FF14 Patch Trail. Thank you as always, Game Geek. Okay, this is actually the final chapter. Nope, I'm wrong. This is the second to last chapter. Oh my god. Okay. Hope this letter finds you in moderately high spirits. Taimi, Yao, and I have been hard at work searching for an answer to our demon problem, and I think we found a viable solution. A word of caution. Our strategy will involve an exhaustive exploration of your mind's response to intense emotional stimuli. It'll be taxing. If anyone has my full confidence, it's you, Commander. When you're ready, come to the power plant in New Kaining to discuss our plan of attack. Excuse me. God, okay. You're annoying and mean, Czar! How dare you! The only way I'll ever forgive you is if you get, like, I don't know, like some kind of candy. Why are we in a squad?
Acting Minister of Security Cho Min. You were instrumental in exposing the corruption. Tell me, Minister, are you interested in taking on the role full-time?
I'd like to make a difference.
Lee was only one piece of a much larger problem. Regardless of my role, there's a lot of work to be done, and I will do everything in my power to see that it is. Are you saying that the Purists are still active in Cantha? We don't know the scope of their operation, but it would be foolish to ignore them. Even with Lee out of the picture, they're a threat. So I'm confident when I say, yes, they are still active.
Commander Fish Stream Sniper Squad. That sounds kind of horrifying. You know, little horrifying. Anyways, let's go bottle our emotions up, shall we? You think I'm joking. Oh. That didn't let Giga join me. Probably because we're in a squad, Giga. Hang on. I'll leave. Maybe? Hang on.
Although we lost one light, another rose up to defend Cantha in her hour of need.
Ugh.
Kunavang
Condensed milk pie. That sounds interesting.
revealed herself in the fight against.
You were not the first person to tell me they enjoy condensed milk by itself.
Many of us are left wondering who
I usually use it to make fudge.
and has she walked among us.
You
all
lie, Giga. I'm gonna laugh if this doesn't let you in either. Let me up. Let me up. Nope. There we go. Giga. I'm just messing, Giga. It's okay. You're tough. You can take it. You're a commander now. Excuse me, a catmander now. Do you people have ladders for when you have brownouts? Like, seriously, you already know you have brownouts, so how do you get whatever?
Oh, Commander, hi! You look refreshed and so lucid.
I hear you've been busy. Certainly looks that way.
And for good reason. Finn, please show the Commander our latest masterpiece. Just like we practiced. Introducing... the Recollector.
Oh my god.
I'm not sure I follow.
That demon took a liking to you. After further analysis, it's clear why. It preys on unresolved stress, vulnerability.
Not that anyone is doubting your strength, but you've been known to carry the weight of the world. And that's tough for anyone, even if they are you.
Luckily, we can use that to our advantage. If you gather your emotions with the Recollector, we can use them as a lure.
Right. When our demon senses potent emotions, it'll try to latch on. Once enticed, we can lure it from the ley line. Like tasty emotional breadcrumbs.
So your plan is to turn me into bait? Well, how do I collect these emotional breadcrumbs?
You'll have to do some exploration, physically and emotionally. Places important to you should give strong responses. I know it's a lot, but we'll be there to help. And it'll be great prep for protecting your mind against further attacks.
You'll have to forgive my lack of enthusiasm for all this. But I'll do what needs to be done.
Chapter complete. No, that would be funny, wouldn't it? We're done. I mean, Aurene took her turn as being bait. It's only fair we'd be bait as well. Good afternoon, Evo. Chocolate salami. Well, that sounds terrifying. My god. By the way, just as a bit of a PSA, if you install Pandaria Classic starting yesterday, Make a Pandaren, doesn't matter the class. Finish the Pandaren experience, the conclusion of which is when you first go to Orgrimmar or to Stormwind. Upon doing so, you will gain a mount in Modern WoW. It is a Jade Celestial Serpent. I was actually about to say, because I saw this in the data mining. I was like, oh, goody, another mount to buy. Yes, that is until the end of the month. You have until July 30th. But yeah, I was like, oh, goody, another mount to buy. But no, you can actually earn the sucker. I know it's pathetic to praise the bare minimum, but it's nice that you can earn the damn thing instead of having to go, you know, buy it. Oh, I need to check the trading post this month.
Hey, Commander. So, Kaining, huh? At least it's convenient.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to pry. I just... Hey, at any point, if you get worked up, I'm here. Dealing with this stuff is hard. Most people won't even try. For what it's worth, I think it's pretty damn brave to do this. And yeah, I'll be here. That's all.
Thank you, yeah. Suppose I should get started.
So what you're saying, Mr. Ed, is I should help you sub to WoW. Yes, yes. In exchange, though... Hang on. No, I would never torture you. Although I could. I could torture you endlessly. But no. Sorry, give me 1 second. I have to finish this joke properly. Okay, here we go. In exchange, you have to finish a Mario Wonder highlight reel. I have to fish. Okay. This is the second time fishing's been mandatory for the MSQ. Fishing is fun in Breath of Fire 3. I'm sure there's others, but that's the big one.
Yeah, you said that. I can't change who I was, but I won't give up on who I want to be.
And who, pray tell, is that?
I don't know. Someone better.
Hey, how are you feeling?
My Trin was selfish. Killed innocent people without a second thought. And... I owe my life to her.
I didn't know her well. Our first real introduction was... terrible. But I did get the impression she felt lost. Finding your place can be tough. She probably thought the Aether Blades were where she belonged. But then she hit a point where she realized what she was doing didn't align with the person she wanted to be. And she started thinking less about being accepted by pirates and more about being acceptable to herself.
Doesn't excuse her actions. Not one bit.
Gods, no. She murdered people. Maybe just acknowledge that she tried to do something right at the end. Not everybody does.
Blish. Let's just get down the list. Go to Radasum. Okay. I can do that. Let's actually go... hang on. Let's go to... I think Bloodstone Fen is pretty close. Also, to continue emphasizing just how cheap these patch quests are, you notice this is basically recaps. In fact, several of the sound files playing are literally just pre-existing sound files. We're one step away from doing a clip show right now. But hang on, I need to find Mr. Red's PayPal. Let's see here. Nope. Yeah, please do, Czar. Let's see, let's see. See, you can make this easy, Mr. Ed, or you can make me pause the stream and reverse engineer your PayPal. I'll leave the decision up to you. Hey, Ross. Welcome to me bullying Mr. Red into accepting money. Let's see, what is this, 14th? Yeah.
Oh, my, no. That sounds dreadfully boring. Administrative discussions exhaust me.
Actually, they're quite entertaining and enlightening. Participation is encouraged.
Participating isn't really my thing. I'd rather complain about the process afterwards.
Oh yeah, that's way more useful of a thing to do.
Just reading through some of Blish's old papers. His professors always kept copies of his work as examples for future students.
Wow. He must have been at the top of his classes.
Academic competition was fierce, especially in cybernetic systems too. The results of that course are highly contested. Whatever you do, don't bring it up to Tiny. It's a lingering sore spot for her.
Noted. Mind if I have a look?
Not at all. Blish would have been thrilled people still read his work. I'd recommend his consciousness transferals papers. Though his newest work was some of his most riveting. He was prepping it for publication, but he ran out of time.
Oh yeah, Stop Killing Games got a shot in the arm. Almost entirely because of someone trying to shut it down, which is sort of messed up when you think about it. I suppose that's how life works.
When the storm passes, we've come too far to give in now.
Yeah, I would, but I don't live in the EU. Also UK as well. Why don't I try to shut it down? So I want you to imagine something for just a sec, Evo. I want you to imagine that you tell me that water is dry, okay? And you say it very confidently, very calmly. It's water's dry, yeah. And then I say, well, hang on. And I go through all kinds of actual research and papers and stuff to try and prove that water's wet. Now, I do kind of a fumbling job of it. I don't do a very good job of proving that water's wet. However, I do in the end get a lot of people agreeing with me that, yeah, water is in fact wet. You take this as a personal attack on yourself and then make it your life's mission to try and shut me down no matter what, because even though you are demonstrably and objectively wrong, you can't take that.
Seeing her again. I'm supposed to be dead. Science gave me a second chance. I will make it count. Brother, Prince, a horror. I couldn't see, hear, speak, move. No sense of space or time. Only nothingness. I would prefer not to experience that again.
Yeah, fresh reminder, that's probably what he's experiencing right now. And forever at this point.
Take care, Rourke. Tell him
Tell him his big brother is sorry. And Tiny too. And stop keeping secrets from each other. All of you.
Gorek, I shouldn't have dragged you here.
Commander, I knew from the moment you told me what this was going to be about. I wanted to be here with you.
When I was with him, I had no idea he was planning. I'm sorry.
Would have been so proud of what we accomplished, and that you still remember him.
Gorek.
It took me a while to accept that his sacrifice was necessary. And it was his choice. We have to honor that. It's okay.
What in the alchemy was that about?
Good day, citizen. Carry on.
Oh no. Great. So unrelated to anything. Hi, Luke, by the way. Welcome home. Unrelated to anything. So some of you have probably noticed that Xbox gaming division is going through a massive wave of firings and shutting down projects. Like a massive wave of it. You may or may not also have heard that Phil Spencer is retiring. So, that's bad, is the simplest way I can summarize that. When the internecine fighting at Microsoft Gaming versus the rest of Microsoft happened, oh no, it's worse than that, Czar. I said pretty simply, it's like, okay, we will be able to know how this fight goes. Because what was happening was, for those of you not aware, the executive's job at a company is to fight the other executives at a company in order to make sure that their project continues to get funding, okay? That's their job. They're the asshole. And it is their job to push off all the other assholes. Phil Spencer was our asshole. And I know that sounds not like a compliment, but it kind of is. He was one of the better execs. He was a dick rich guy, but he was a dick rich guy who was also really about the games. And he really did like games, and he really did want to push out games. So, this is about a year ago now. Early Berman, as opposed to late Berman. So he was absolutely the kind of guy who wanted Microsoft to continue to push out good games and not devolve into the nonsense slop that most other gaming companies have been dissolving into. But I said last year, and there are people who can quote me on this, that we will know how that battle went by watching his career. Because if at any point in time he's forced out of the company, he lost. So that sucks. Yeah, that just straight sucks. I am, for the first time in years, legitimately afraid for World of Warcraft's future, among many other things.
Yao told me about how you'd be up this way. Interesting place.
Well, I'll get to it then.
Sure. Do what you have to do.
Possible, Loke?
We've got to pound this rock back into shape.
I mean, anything's possible.
Protect those who are. It just means we have to be better. The Steel Warband's earned its reputation. We intend on keeping it.
I mean, this is bad. Microsoft is about to become a much worse gaming publisher. Idiots in suits are going to try and ruin the company as much as possible in order to create as much short-term gain in what is functionally a sinking industry. They're going to fail at that, and we are going to be the ones who suffers for that, along with the actual developers in the trenches.
Ryland and I came up in the Farrar together. He bailed us out more times than I can count. He's always trying to do what's right. That's why he's got our loyalty.
I don't want to be negative, but of all of the big unresolved traumas we have, why is Cinder one of them?
Give me a report. Save it. I've learned plenty.
You know what? I honestly don't even care enough. Let's just move on. Blah, blah, blah.
Help me! It's too strong!
Yeah, Smoder's an idiot. Moving on. And we were more idiots for putting Smoder right next to someone he had said loudly and repeatedly he was going to kill. It is our fault we put the snake next to the baby.
You look shaken up.
I'm tired.
Look, you're gonna screw something up for someone. That's just how it goes.
Cinder is dead because I let the parley happen.
You didn't kill Cinder. Smoder did. All you can do is look out for those counting on you and choose what you believe is right.
Cinder was on the wrong side. Same with all those researchers. But they didn't deserve.
Everyone thinks leading's easy, but it's not black and white. And if things go south and people get hurt, it's all on you. People look at you like you don't care, when really it eats at you. But you can't show them. You have to be strong. But they're right. Someone got hurt, or worse, because of you. No matter how good you are at what you do, it happens.
I know.
It gets to you. Just find your own way to deal with it.
I think I'm ready now. Should probably get back to the mine.
That's going to make me sad. They finally really nailed down WoW. Oh well. They probably can't ruin Midnight, so at the very least that's probably going to be legit. Last Titan is already in development. That's how development cycles work. So it is entirely possible that Last Titan will still be good, but that might be our last hurrah.
What did you say to him?
And you're probably thinking, who cares, Laura? Well, think about it this way. There's the big three, right? You may not know, is that all three of them are facing problems from completely different sources, although it all boils down to idiots in suits. So, we've talked about the history of Guild Wars 2 and how they've been from both ArenaNet's management and NCSoft's management. We also know that NCSoft has absolutely no problems gouging an MMO to try and make it more monetarily viable. Indeed, this very game, a good game, has a terrible microtransaction practice. We also know they're working on something else, and this may go away, either literally getting the plug pulled or put in a maintenance mode soon. Meanwhile, over at FF14's category, Square has never stopped being stupid as far as management goes, and is currently in the process of slowly being bought out by external holding companies. Then, over there in WoW, who was actually probably the most solid of all of them because they finally nailed everything down, good management processes, great game, lots of players, tons of money coming in, and we're losing the Microsoft gaming division. All three are in some kind of threat right now. Oh yeah, by the way, the same thing that's threatening WoW is, for the exact same reason, threatening ESO. So that's cool. Hi, Tiny.
You're back! Thank the alchemy! You're okay. You still have the Recollector, right? didn't explode or...
I'm fine. The Recollect is fine, though I should probably test out its other functions.
Oh, yeah, right, of course. But don't think you're walking into that gunk unprotected. Say hello to an old friend. An old friend who can withstand the elements.
You're letting me borrow Scruffy. Won't that be a bit tight?
He's roomier than he looks. Why don't you take him out for a spin?
Don't worry about it, Czar. We also don't give out invites to random people who just pop in asking for invites. Listen, listen, listen. Their throne could be 1/1,000,000% taller.
I haven't felt this cramped since emerging from my pod.
Perfect! Let's get some practice in. What's the situation? Any potential test subjects lurking around?
There's a bunch near some jade pools.
Beautiful. Obliterate them!
I love how Loke's just hanging out here.
Non-lethal features, they're important too, but so much less fun.
I was just thinking that, Giga. Because yeah, usually there'd be some special, unique thing that the co-op part player gets. I love this. The mission objective. Yes, Ross. It's okay. He was that way in the original, too. I mean, I've never heard of their name before, Czar.
I'll admit, it's cathartic.
That's the idea. Sounds like everything's working as it should.
Yes, but the effects seem to be wearing off pretty fast. I'm concerned it won't buy us much time.
What? Oh, those greedy emotion grubbers. And these are just the wimpy ones. Oh, bring it back. Everyone's here now, so we can troubleshoot.
I mean, honestly, Loke, the clearest sign that this is rushed for me was that an entire quest arc for an entire patch involved listening to 10 dialogues in a row across 9 weeks. That's pretty bad. And they weren't properly edited.
I don't believe this. At this point, we don't have the resources to compete with their appetites.
Yeah, by the time we lure the big guy to the surface, all those little ones will be tailing us. Especially when they get away from the commander. No offense.
What if we block the path as we go? Could Finn knock out some more walls? Bury them in debris?
Only where there's structural weakness. Those walls are solid. Even if we had something with more pizzazz, I'm not sure how safe it'd be.
Before you go blowing up the place, take a look through my storage crates. I brought a few extra supplies with me from headquarters. Sure there's something useful in there.
So, not to keep saying this, Ross, but you want to hear yet another way in which FF1 was even worse than the NES? Check this out. I actually have this saved on my phone. So, there was no AI to speak of in FF1, 2, or 3, okay? They just have a list of actions they take, and they go down that list in order. Now, there's some very small amounts of RNG. I don't want to go down to the math in it. But what it boils down to is do this in this order. You with me? So, Chaos, in the NES version, will do one of 3 things every round. And one of those things is he will cast a spell. And you're like, okay, and? Well, the 4th spell on that list is Cure 4. Now, the way Cure 4 is coded is it doesn't actually heal you, as weird as that sounds. What it does is it sets your current HP to your max HP. What this means is the NES version of Chaos, I forget the exact number. It's something like 1, 2, 3, 4. Every 4 to 11, I think. No. Every 4 to 12 rounds, averaged out, will just heal to full.
Come on, big money, big money.
Oh, come on. Seriously? You brought a telescope to a mine? To what, stargaze underground?
Astronomy has always been a prized hobby of Cantha's great minds.
Property of Minister Nguyen, Ministry of Urban Planning.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Ooh, stylish. Though the print might be a bit loud for you, Chelmu.
And that cut leaves nothing to the imagination.
Shut up.
Actually, I have. More than once, even, Giga. And I don't care about doing it, as I've already said. What? Oh, where are you? Ah, there you are. What? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want, cat?
Is that from the day we broke into... never mind. Must have it confused with some other day. Some other really fun day.
Good luck on FF2 is all I have to say about that. And I will not say anything else. I don't want to preface your opinion. I would love to hear what you think of it, though. No, I'm going to get rid of the scratching post. I actually asked the local Goodwill if they'll take it, and they said no, so it's going in the trash. Yeah.
Care to explain why the Brotherhood has an ancient Kurzik rune in its possession?
It was acquired from the Speakers. Apparently, Tetra found it useful. And it's in our best interest to keep useful things away from Tetra.
Oh, of course. Of course. I mean, why return it to its rightful owners when we can shove it in a damn crate?
Get off your soapbox. You may borrow it.
Park Chelmu, a true philanthropist.
Considering that it's now Brotherhood property, I believe I'm being quite generous.
And I believe that you believe that.
What possible reason would there be to do anything else with it, Blake Duvall? Like, it would actually be rude of me to just leave it here.
Well, we have a seal. That's a start.
Is anyone here versed in ancient Kurzik ritual magic? Anyone?
No.
Think I know someone who can help. She practically lives at the library in Arborstone. Really loses her mind over this sort of stuff. If we head to Echo Vault now, we can probably catch her.
No, you're not allowed up. No. Ah, poor cat. You know what, I'm just gonna warp over there. Well, I mean, I might as well get rid of it as soon as I can, but well, which will be next Monday, consequently. Once again, why bother not doing so? What possible point is there to hold on to it? No, you're not allowed in my lap anymore. Poor cat. And stop trying to entangle yourself with my cables. No, Giga. It's okay. It surely won't take that much longer to sell the house, right? Right?
Look who it is. I was starting to think you forgot about me.
Sorry, I've been such a stranger. Promise I'll drop by more. I have a lot more time these days. Well, except today. Long story short, do you know anything about ward spells? Say, I don't know, performing a sealing ritual?
New hobby to impress the ancestors? Ah, okay, let me think. You said sealing rituals? I don't have the incantations memorized by heart or anything, but during my youth, I may have spent an embarrassing amount of time sulking around the library's occult section.
I can see it.
If I were you, I'd start with the Kestrel Archives. They have a whole collection on ritual magic. Bet there's something useful.
So, a few days ago, Lode, he was sitting on my lap. He decided to depart. Nothing big. He was just hopping out. On the way, his back leg got caught around my headphones. And like all cats, this immediately sent him into panic mode, which of course made everything worse, like it does 100% of the time. So, while he was in panic mode, he immediately lunged the rest of the way off of me, ripping the headphones out of their jack, tearing a fair amount of stuff off of the desk, and then raced out into the rest of the house in the living room. And he kept fleeing in terror because this was still stuck around his leg. So something was still grabbing his leg, and he kept hearing these banging on the ground right behind him. So he kept getting more and more panicked. So he ran up until he got under the couch and just hid there as tightly as he could. So we had to go over. He moved the couch so I could grab him by the scruff of his neck and carefully remove it from around his leg so he would be free. Now, in this exact situation, everything was fine. The jack wasn't damaged. The rear port on my computer wasn't damaged. Nothing was pulled off my desk that was damageable. The headphones themselves were fine, and the cat was fine. But every single one of those was a point of failure that could have gone very badly. So he is not allowed in my lap anymore.
Been a while since I checked anything out of the library. Don't tell Valeria. I'd never hear the end of it. Guess retirement's as good a time as any to do some reading. But one book at a time. Let's see what they got.
Romance spells for the romantically inept. Charm them with this handy list of flirtation charms. Has the dating scene left you more jaded than an Echo Vault pit mine? Are your conversation starters doubling as conversation enders? Then you, my friend, have come to the right place. Our how-to guide takes a streamlined, no-nonsense approach to all things amorous. With our simple cheat sheet of easy-to-remember incantations, you can go from Limp Noxie Bay Fish to Alpha Drake in your dating pool in no time. Additional note in exceptionally fine printing reads, attempting and or successfully performing a libidinous incantation or unknowing or otherwise non-consenting parties is prohibited by Canthan Legal Code. Enchantment Law 109-21. Romantic spells for romantically inept and affiliates are not responsible for unlawful use of this guide, which is intended for entertainment purposes only. It's one of Snargle Goldtooth's stories. I only have eyes for Moo. Tantra, did anyone see you? I waited for the Sisterhood scouts to change watch for the night like you asked. Good. Another minute without you and I would have burst into Shrieker's Folly just for a glimpse of you. Oh, you know our gangs can never find out about us. My Shriekers, your Sapphire Sisterhood, they'll never understand. We're rivals, I tell you, rivals! Oh, Tantra. Oh, Child Moo! But then her husband appears. I see the evening visits extend beyond the comforts of my mansion, Tantra. To be continued. Wait, what? I lost it. The importance of reading in the Age of the Dragon. Oh. There's a retelling of the death of Shiro. There's someone who's trying to train a wallow and failing at it.
Imagine if the public got a hold of this. Pure chaos. Oh, it's so exciting.
Yep, that's a side quest, which we're not doing. The rise of the Purists. The Ministry of Purity. Your eyes glaze over as you skim page upon page of near incomprehensible records of harvest yields over several centuries. Hey, that's extremely important info, okay?
Ludwig's Anthology of Ward Spells. A beginner's guide to casting, disabling, and basic incantation. Sounds promising.
Think there's anything on sealing incantations?
Probably, but we'll still need some guidance. Time to pester Valeria again.
Also, if you haven't seen Mr. Red, let's see. It's the Sulfuros Hammer, the Warglaze of Azzinoth, the Thunderseeker Fury, whatever it's called, sword starting thing, and like every super rare mount drop from Shadowlands and earlier has had a drastic and indeed massive increase in its drop rate this month. So if there's anything old mount-wise you wanted to farm, this is the time to do it. Me and Pax have made a list.
Oh, welcome back, bookworms. Oh, is that Ludwig's Anthology? That's a classic. Try anything out yet?
Well, we have no idea what we're doing.
Don't beat yourself up. This takes years to master.
Time is a luxury we don't have.
You won't become experts overnight, but with a simple spell and a competent teacher, you might pull it off.
How free is the rest of your day looking?
I'm flattered, but this is above my skill level. You'd be better off asking the steward at the Historical Society. She managed to disable wards on some Zu-Heltzer relics. Not sure if she can cast or not, but she's a great resource.
There she is. Yeah, there's several I'm going to go back to. Including Ulduar. What do you want to bet I'm still not going to get it? Hey, Bernazd. Bernazd? Bernazd? Hi. I also need the Deathwing mount. No, not that one.
Hello. What brings you to me today? I am a steward of truth and research for the preservation of Kurzik history.
We're new to casting, sealing wards, but it's, not going great.
How did you come into possession of an ancient sealing ward? They're highly uncommon.
It was, passed down to me by my uncle. A real jerk of an uncle. By marriage, no relation. But I want to learn how to use it, and Valeria said you're the person to talk to.
Oh, she's very kind. Though, I mainly practice in disabling wards. But some basic sealing work shouldn't be a problem.
So Bernazd, then.
You'll want to speak clearly, with intent. Visualize your desired outcome.
Easy enough. I seal this pass before me. 2 worlds, once whole, divide, and...
So, Rama, I don't think that was it.
Your delivery is a bit stiff. Say it as if the voices of all your ancestors who mastered this art now speak through you.
I'll try to do that. Okay. Clearly with intent. Whew. Visualize. I seal this pass before me. Two worlds, once whole, divide. Withstand all wandering evils, and guard what lies inside.
Oh.
Good, good. Now, you'll need to assist your friend. To bring the ritual to completion, you must arrange each conjured orb in the shape of the rune you're casting.
So, Giga, I was looking ahead in the walkthrough a little bit, and I'm afraid you lied to me. You lied to me, Giga. The next dinner quest, which is a quest and a half from now, is the one where we can invite someone. And just for that, I am not inviting Canuck. Although the other options aren't great.
Oh, you did splendidly. And to think, you've only just started out.
It actually worked. We're not a bad team, Commander. Well, think we're ready to go take this one out for a spin. Thanks for your help.
My pleasure. Blood relatives or not, I'm sure your uncle would be terribly proud of you.
Don't know about that. Though he was actually helpful, for once. In an unintentional sort of way.
I mean, our other options are Ayumi or Yao. So, Ayumi, Yao, or Canuck. Ugh. Yes, that's my leg that you were clawing. Thank you, Cat. Jesus, that was both paws at once there, Cat. Okay. Oh, we're almost done with this Drek, I swear. Like, for real, I did too, Giga. Is anyone else just really bored with all of this? Is that just me? Like, granted, I was really disappointed the last time I did this. But even going back through in a completely different format, without WoW distracting me, this is just... okay. Like, let's actually examine what this entire quest chain has been about. Okay, so we found a demon. Alright, so we need to go find... It's trying to tap on our emotions, because we are emotionally vulnerable. Rather than doing anything to, like, examine all of the wonderful character stuff you do with a character who is severely traumatized by the stuff they've gone through, we primarily focus on humor, getting an extremely basic ward spell, which is true in like every work of fiction ever, and then going to trap the demon to beat it. And that's it. Like, that's the quest. After all the intrigue and buildup of, oh my god, there's some mystery and what's going on, and there's these weird veins, it's just a demon. Yeah, exactly, Kara White Noise. I could point to both FF14 and WoW as games that have done this kind of a breather moment in the wake of an expansion extremely well. This is just... I mean, it makes sense. Nobody was even expecting to do any content at this point in time. So suddenly being told, hey, go make a content patch is just, demon. There's a demon. And no, Bernast, I am watching my sister's cat, or more accurately, my niece's cat. I'm never getting a cat. There was a bit of a worry about that. Like, again, a lot of people came over in End of Dragons, and even more people came in after they left FF14. So End of Dragons actually saw a huge influx of players, but that's the problem. You remember how I mentioned a second ago that the Last Titan is being worked on now? Because it is. I guarantee it with 100% certainty that Last Titan is being developed and worked on and coded and designed and laid out and all that fun stuff now, before Midnight's even out. That's how MMO development works. That's how most game development works, is you start it way, 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 way early. The problem was they hadn't done that. There was no development. Yeah, there's also a plan for it. There was no development post End of Dragons. End of Dragons came out, and the devs were all working on their other game, which we still don't even know what it is. And then they were like, okay, it's a success. Oh. And there was this fairly strong moment. And that's why it took over a solid year, from End of Dragon's launch to its first patch, which is an insane chunk of time. It's because they hadn't even started developing it until End of Dragons was already out. So, yeah, Eitri is right. End of development was a really common acronym. I've almost caught myself saying that several times as we've been going through this.
Were you able to get the seal working?
Yeah, I managed to conjure it, but it took a few tries. Plus, I had help.
You prepared as best you could given the situation. Everyone has. How are you doing, Commander?
Ready to put all of this to rest.
You can say that again. If everything's set over here, I'll go alert my crew. We've got siege turtles ready to mobilize by way of an old Luxon mining passage. Help you lure that thing to the surface. We'll head through first, clear things out. Then you come through and seal those exits. You need me? I'll be on comms.
Need some backup? Finn and I...
Stay with your friends. They need you. Oh, and, Detective, when you're done with that seal, it's yours. You're the one who knows how to use it, so do what you will with it. Good luck out there.
Same to you.
I mean, I don't actually agree, Logue. Especially given how many people who had worked on End of Dragons and Path of Fire had quit by that point in time. So, honestly, I'm not shocked that this is just here. It's not terrible. I've seen worse. But this is just whatever. Yeah, this is a whatever bubble. Please keep in mind, too, that none of these people wanted to keep working on the game. And we lost Logue. So, Patch Trail, I believe it's going to be like March or April of next year, something like that. We figured it out, and I forget. It was at the beginning of next year, though, one way or the other.
We prepared, and now it's time to take action. Ready?
Patch Within will be fall of this year.
Okay, Commander. You'll want to get fairly close to it. Entice it a little with the Recollector.
We got this. It's okay. I've got a fish.
Here it comes, and it does not look happy. Run!
Okay, really? The quest objective is run? Oh my god. Another thing that irritates me is they all treat this thing like it's the most terrifying thing ever. It's an Oni.
Visualize with intention. Voices of your ancestors. Let's go.
I
mean, you're probably right, Blade Travol.
Just like we practiced, Commander. Distract those pests any way you can. Stun them, smack them, whatever works.
I sealed this pass before.
Yeah, we've killed Oni, canonically. I haven't, but, you know, we as a character have.
Screwing it up. Why can't I remember?
No, I haven't, Ross. That sounds hilarious, though.
Some nerve showing your face here. Don't tell me they let you out of prison.
Not you too. Commander, help me get those demons away from him.
Oh no, it's a supercharged Oni. I'm sorry. No, I agree with Blade Travol. What they're probably doing is they're probably trying to build up. Yeah, exactly. They're they're probably trying to build up for Secrets of the Obscure, which I do happen to know has to do with demons. So that's probably the direction. That was loud.
No! The Recollector is draining
They're recovering faster than I can stop them.
We're too close to the ley line. We need to get out of here as quickly as possible.
Bring her into this. Besides, why would I trust anything you tell me? What? She said that? No, she would never. Would she?
Shadow Labyrinth. Thanks, game. Thanks for that. There they are. It's like I see them, but I couldn't quite make them out because they're in this frickin' foliage over here. Yeah, the real question is, Wills?
Can you hear me? Visualize. With intent. Your ancestors, remember?
Why does he have to do this?
Visualize with intent. My ancestors.
I seal this pass.
I seal this pass before me. Two worlds, once whole, divide, withstand all wandering evils, and guard what lies inside.
I was fortunate enough to get a Switch too, so I might look into it. By sheer luck, too.
Gods, that was
a nightmare. I know.
Thanks. Let's get the hell out of here.
I mean, of course. Whoa. You want me to go around? You want me to go around? Okay, fine, whatever. No? Okay. Down? Can't be down. There we go.
Can you hear me all right? We're making steady progress, but it's a real mess out here.
Just can't believe. I mean, we used to know them.
I know, kid. Hold tight. You'll be through this before you know it.
The Recollector's completely drained.
What do we do now?
Think, Gorik, think! The Jade! Try using the Jade. Just trust me.
Actually, I've talked about it as recently as a few minutes before you popped in.
Think you're too good for us, Xiao? There's the door.
You can't handle that someone else is better than you. And reality check, she is. Maybe now I can accomplish what I want to without you holding me back.
You know how much I've done for you? You ungrateful brat! Get out!
I didn't think I said it to him like that. Did I? I do sound like a total brat.
Wait, are we looking at an actual memory of Yao's? Or is this just another hallucination?
I think it's showing us memories. Perhaps Yao's concern for Cho Mu is being amplified by the Jade corruption. We're likely seeing a memory reflective of their mental state. Yao, did it really happen this way?
Did I always treat him like that? How could he stand me?
Yao, you don't want to go down that path. Trust me.
Maybe he was happy I left. He didn't have to deal with me anymore.
That did it.
Just like my research said, the Jade's been absorbing the demon's influence, which means...
It's absorbing memories! Gorik, you're a genius!
Just a scientist with a few good theories.
You there? Hello? Anyone?
Cho Mu? What's wrong?
Listen, She's back. She's screwing with me. Don't believe a word she says, Yao. Promise me. You have to promise.
Okay, I promise. Who are you?
Stop! Stop!
What is he talking about? Who's back? Or who does he think is back?
It's likely he's hallucinating too. We'll get to him as soon as we possibly can.
What if we're too late?
I was about to say, yeah, so I guess this is going on while the meta's going on in lore. Anyways, long story short, I'm pretty much in favor of, you know, game preservation, Bernaz, excuse me. And, yeah, Thor can go suck a lemon. I actually know people who never realized what a scum-sucker he was until I pointed it out. Screw him and the horse he rode in on. And I guess those are my thoughts in a nutshell. If there's one good thing to come out of all of this, it's that more and more people are realizing what a scam artist he is. You see, his dad owned a dealership.
I seal this pass before me. Two worlds, once whole, divide. Withstand all wandering evils. And guard what lies inside.
Yo! You there? What did you do to them? If you hurt that kid, I swear, I'll kill you again. And this time I'll mean it. It's me you want. Yao had nothing to do with this. They were just trying to help.
Chou-Mu?
They were always trying to help. And then they were gone. And now everyone's gone.
Can you hear me? We're coming for you. Just hold on. We need to get to him. Now.
Yeah, I saw that, Giga. But yes, Thor is pirate software, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, he's too big now. Too big of a name. Unless he truly torpedoes his career, which is actually harder to do than it sounds. We're stuck with him. Some grifters like him, you know, make it big and get out of the game. I doubt he has the forethought to do that.
He's here! Chou-Mu, are you alright?
What do you want from me? Just tell me, damn it!
He has no idea what's going on. And now the crew's in chaos. Let's clear things out and see if that helps.
I love this, by the way. We've just got an invincible demon. Well, it's not invincible. It just refills to full health anytime we fight it. We haven't done steel before, Shadow Machines. That's a good idea. We've also never done flying. I'll have to look what our starter options are, too. Because I don't know what they turn into. Ooh. Unfortunately, I've done Ghost Gym several times because it's probably my second favorite gym challenge to do.
Stay back! What the hell is wrong with you? You're completely unhinged! I didn't know it was her. She attacked me. I didn't know what was going on. I'm sorry, Bina. Jin Lee. Mal Chin. I'm so sorry.
That's Bina? So, this is real.
That's not your fault. You couldn't have known what was wrong with you. And it was an accident.
Who's your favorite Blade Ball? Well, I tend to follow that stuff more closely because, you know, kind of a job, but also I have a vested interest in game preservation.
They do it again, you punch them with it. And if they still don't get the message, I'll introduce them to mine. You alone, kid? What are you doing out so late? The hell's wrong with your parents? Hungry? Take it. We've got plenty. Pretty cold tonight. You get sick of shivering, drop by the Blue Orchid. We'll get you set up. Ask for Chol Mu. What the hell was I doing? I thought...
It's okay. We'll talk. Just wanted to remind you that you've done a lot of good, too.
I'm sorry you got dragged into this mess, along with everyone else. It's about time I got us out of it. I need to get back to the crew. I'll see you when all of this is finished.
I just realized what this is. It's a side quest. As we've talked about before, there's actually a lot of side quests in Guild Wars 2. And they tend to be at about this level of zooming in on specific characters and seeing their stories. It is. It totally is a side quest. This is Yao and Chol Mu's side quest. Even Rama and Gorik are barely involved here. They're mostly just the proponents for those other two characters. We might as well not even be present. We made it, game. There we go.
This thing just won't quit. What are we supposed to do now? It's gigantic.
I think it's afraid. So it's making itself seem worse than it really is.
We cut it off from the ley line. It must know it's out of options.
I think Yao had the right idea by blocking its manipulation through positive memories. Let's see if we can produce a similar result.
I mean, it's a cliche, but I'm just going to repeat the quote. If purchasing isn't ownership, then theft isn't, or then pirating isn't theft. There we go. Screwed up my own quote. Also, I have no idea, Evo. Although, I need to tell a friend about that later. Thank you for reminding me. During the drive back yesterday, we had a discussion about the difference between malevolent and benevolent understanding. It was a good discussion. Oh my gosh. I'm dying more here than I did while fighting the Elder Dragon. The mother of all Elder Dragons.
You're one of mine, kid. No matter where life takes you, you'll always have a home if you need one. Promise.
I mean, fair, Giga, but I meant during the meta. Listen, as we all know, games cannot possibly be art, because I don't like games, and I decide what art is. Yes, yes, Giga, the chocolate icing, please. Games are entirely to insert word here, because I don't like them. That's why I like to use a word to disguise my blatant bigotry. Yes, yes. Nice, gracias, mister. How is it in motion? Yeah, there's art games, and then there's real games. Sorry. I don't actually mean that, it's just, that's what they mean, just in reverse, you know? There's real games, and then there's other games. Even I will admit that mobile garbage are still games, they're just trash. Yes, it cannot possibly be art unless it costs me several $1 million.
Training starts tomorrow.
Oh, I know. I enrolled too.
You decided to go for it.
I did.
Look at us, couple of do-gooders about to begin our lives.
No kidding, Ross.
Yeah. Look at us.
Oh, there it is. Well, that is a little bit different, Bladefall. But at that point, it really is literally not a game. Yeah, actually, funny thing, and this is not even a joke, for those of you not aware, art, that is to say, like paintings and stuff, has primarily been a way to move money for, you know, I'm not even sure how, centuries at least. Instead of gold. Gold bricks are big, obvious, hard to move, frustrating to deal with. Or, you can grab a painting. Even factoring in the extra effort, whoops, I'm an idiot, needed to make sure the painting doesn't rip or tear or whatever, it is way easier to transit. Oh yeah, it's another thing, less restricted.
be Blish's brother, would you?
Oh, Tiny, right? Blish mentioned you'd be dropping by. He speaks very highly of you. Pleasure to finally meet you.
Likewise.
Alright, just giving 2 negatives to this whole sequence. Alright, what'd you do, Tara? Oh, that was you! Alright, Tara. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. On the plus side, we're looking into a new security measure, which will probably help with that. On the downside, that new security measure will not help you. I showed up before, excuse me, after everything was deleted, so I didn't actually see who it was.
If anyone can do this, it's you, Commander.
We've got your back.
You've already made it this far.
We believe in you, Commander. Always.
Remember, if you're trying to get into crypto, it has a 100% chance of being a scam. Alright.
You saved so many innocents.
Thanks to you, I've been reminded that no matter how bad things seem, heroes don't give up on their friends.
It was your bravery that led us to safety, my friend. I am grateful to you.
It's time.
Can we kill the guy? Apparently not. We did it. We killed a demon. That's right. Make sure to invest in lore coins as quickly as possible. Every time you beat a Fire Emblem match, 1 new lore coin is generated. Is that it? Why is the music still playing? Oh my god, this is such... This is so rushed and thrown together. Please tell me that Secrets of the Obscure is better than this.
So, thanks for helping back there. Oh, both of you.
Same to you. Both of you. And for the first time, of many still to come, I can officially say, case closed.
Oh my god, Giga, no. Don't do it. Don't destroy my hopes. You know what? Hang on. So, considering the boss music is still playing, let's just go ahead and, there we go. Alright, so, now to play some proper music.
Did we really just kill that thing with the power of positive thinking? You know, normally that kind of crap annoys me, but, I do feel a lot better. Maybe that's just the adrenaline talking. Nice work out there, Commander.
Okay.
Well, I'm totally drained, but kind of warm and fuzzy in a weird way. Is this how it felt when you collected memories? No wonder you're exhausted, Commander. Hey, you deserve a nap. Hell, we all do.
It's okay, it's okay. Surely, the music has stopped by now, right? So remember that number? Because I don't. I think it was 305, I want to say. What did I say that End of Dragon's initial bronze number was? It was around 305. How much do you think this is going to drag that down? It's down, it shall be drug.
In light of recent events, Empress Inn is planning her first trip to Kryta following the border reopening. She will be accompanied by Minister Cho and Ambassador Meade, and will be staying at the Queen's estate in Divinity's Reach.
Like, this has been almost nothing but negatives.
She's very nice.
And her plumage is just gorgeous.
Commander, perfect timing. You read Rama's letter?
Sounds like he needs some support with this whole Min situation.
Luckily, he has us to back him up. Gork and I'll be there to help. Although, we were thinking...
It might be nice if you also had someone to bring with you.
Oh?
Since we're pressed for time, we decided to take some initiative and...
Reached out to some local friends to see if they're busy tonight.
You didn't...
Don't worry, Commander. There's no pressure whatsoever. We're just there to have a good time and to help Rama.
No, 305 is damned good, even for a bronze number. So, Canuck, Yao, or Ayumi. Now, I know who Giga would want us to pick. But the thing is, I've been glancing at the dialogue each character has during this scene. And, honestly, I think Ayumi might be the funniest option. So I'm gonna go with Ayumi. Like, I'm with you, because I'm pretty sure we picked Canuck when we did this, when I was playing this last time. But we'll pick Ayumi this time. So let's go over to Arbastone. Canuck does dress up in a suit. He's pretty snazzy. Is she up? Is she... Where is she? Oh, there she is. Wow, your feathers. Stunning. Any chance you want to join me at the Red Duck?
These old things. Just a few hours of preening. Good thing Timey let me know you were coming. Of course, I can't compete with your sense of style. Maybe you can give me some fashion tips sometime. Huh?
I like to have options. Have to cover all those battle scars.
Got some good ones. I bet mine are better.
Maybe we'll have to compare sometime. For now, let's get going.
So, yeah, I figured based on the tone of the text that Ayumi is a little bit more overtly flirtatious. Canuck is Canuck, right? But Ayumi is like, so... And that's why I went this way. Okay, I gotta remember how to get back up. Is there a quicker way to get up there? Oh, that's hysterical, as Miristor. Choose a faction. No! No! Don't do it! Okay. Yeah, there's just jazz music playing. While we're here, steal these herbs. My herbs now. Steal this cloth. It's my cloth now. Oh, started way too late there. Oh, it looks like we're actually having a blackout right now. Nice. Not something I would normally say when having a blackout, but in this case... Okay, that goes down. I'd say I can't imagine going through this place without a sky scale, but
Until citywide power failure.
no, I totally can. Looks like they're not succeed. Oh no, never mind. They're killing. Never mind. More up. I swear there's like a jade, not a jade, a zip line right around here, but I can never find it. I couldn't find it last time either. Maybe it's this one up here? Where do you go?
Needs more assistance.
Lock your doors and
That looks right. Hey, there we go. Of course, now I have to fly again, but at least I'm up. Yeah, this kind of stuff is what I think of when I think of Kaineng. Both. Both the irritation to get around and the gorgeousness of the view. Sigh. Alright. Absolutely not President Clown. No. No, 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 no. 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 Maybe. We'll talk about it.
We're all here now. Perfect. It's showtime.
Hey, Yumi. Let's turn some heads.
Looking lovely as always, Ayumi.
Likewise, Commander. We should do this more often. Well, minus the wingman.
Thank you for the bits, Bernest. You probably know this, but you can put those towards increasing interest in up to 3 games. If you'd like to. Or you can add 1 new game to the list.
Well, look who it is. It's been a while, Commander.
By the way, this is Minister Min. That's actually her name.
You look lovely, Tiny.
Oh, Gorik, this is what I always look like.
Well, exactly.
Oh, stop. I mean, you can also keep going, but, you know, well, you're not so hard on the eyes yourself.
Oh? Oh.
Oh my god.
You people again? Do you know how long it took me to clean up your confetti last time? I find it in my dreams. We do have a no-seat list, you know, so try acting civilized. Or your name will be right there next to Park Chul-Mu.
Minister Min, pleasure to see you.
Acting minister, technically. Leader, Ayumi, is it? Seems we both fell into our jobs.
Good point. Although, your title's officially unofficial, and mine's unofficially official.
I'm not sure if... What?
We're going to be great friends. We have so much in common. So, when's the food coming?
Here. You may want to at least try it this time. The lover's maki takes twice as long to prepare, you know.
Huh. I thought you hated sushi.
I do. It's just that last time I thought you might be stopping by, so I ordered it because it made me think of you.
Sushi made you think of me? Because you hate it?
No.
Is this heart-shaped?
Although anatomically incorrect, Min, did you know the actual shape of the human heart resembles a closed fist?
Oh, that's... Huh.
Commander, do something! Get us all...
Sorry, Cat. Sorry. That was not as turtle. Okay. The quest objective, by the way, is save Rama from himself, so we can point in a random direction, break your glass, or bust a move!
Does anyone else suddenly feel like dancing?
Absolutely not. Excuse me. This is a tea house, not a dance club. Would you please refrain from flailing about? It's a safety hazard.
Dancing is a safety hazard?
The way you go about it, yes.
Don't sweat it, Commander. Your moves are great. Some people are just allergic to fun.
So, anyway, Rama tells me that you're doing PI work these days?
That's correct. We're pioneering our new detective agency and just wrapped up our first case.
That's neat. What's your agency called?
Actually, I wanted to bring that up. I got a little ahead of myself with the agency and filing the paperwork and, well, I chose Friends Detectives because it was an agency founded by friends and it made perfect sense.
Oh.
But when I stopped and thought about it, I realized that me picking the name for us misses the whole friendship part. Then I got another idea. I ran it by Jory and she loves it. But I'd like your input before I proceed with it, Rama.
Let's hear it.
Brim and Scarab. See, the Scarab is an obvious homage to my love of beetles, and the brim refers to your hat. I also proposed Big Hat Detectives, but Jory was concerned the name wouldn't be taken seriously.
I really like it. It's got sort of an old-timey feel to it, yeah, in a good way. And it's really thoughtful.
It's classy and sweet. Rama here. Brim and Scarabs on the case.
I'm sold.
So, yeah, sorry. Two things. First of all, I had to go with dancing since we're voiced by Jennifer Hale. Second of all, so the way it works, Bernest, is actually quite simple. You just tell me in chat, or in the donation message, or in the sub message, what you want to put it towards. You just list three things. So in your case, since we've already reviewed Kingdom Hearts 1, you would probably want to put it towards Recom, and then 2, and then I guess, like, Recoded, I guess, would be after that? Yeah. But you get the idea, right? Just tell me which 3 games you want to put it towards, and I jot it down all manually on my end. I've gotten quite good at being efficient about plugging that into the actual stuff on the website, but at the end of the day, it's all just data entry on my end. Check, please. Check. Hello, check. Hello. Let me pay. I am rich. I have hundreds of gold. Ayumi, make sweet love to me. How do you kiss a bird who has fangs? Oh my god, she's got fangs. How do you kiss that? Okay, moving on. There we go. So we can chat with people. Oh man, we're totally gonna chat with people. Gorik! I like the name of your agency. Oh, this is all written. Oh, whatever. Normally, I never let anyone set me up with this, but you chose well. Of course. Who knows you better than Timmy and I? Timmy's been picking you out this whole time. I don't know what that means, Gum Gum. You have lost me, officially and formally. Oh, you know, I thought I detected an uptick in eye contact. I'll be sure to return the favor over dessert. You want to increase uptick in eye contact. Right. Hello, Elizar. Well, no, like, okay, so how does lore go about MMO dungeon lotting within a party? Okay, so none of that sentence means anything to me. Like, how do I go about dungeon lotting? In a party. Which is doubly weird. Oh, looting. Oh, okay. So the answer is it depends on the MMO. Each MMO actually has completely separate and distinct loot rules that are baked into the game itself. Like, for example, in Guild Wars 2, if this actually happened when we were doing dungeons and metas and stuff, my loot is in a completely separate world from your loot. So there is no looting in the strictest sense of the word. There's just, I get stuff, and you are here, and you also get stuff. World of Warcraft varies based on which type of content you're doing, but in general, if I was actually back in the raid leading days, I would put it on Master Loot and we do Loot Council. If we're doing something in, say, FF14, similar situation, but there's like a dice roll thing. If we're doing a dungeon, say, in Dungeons & Dragons, what I like to do is I like to come up with, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too, to put it, because, you know, management sims, right? In Dungeons & Dragons, what I like to do as a GM is I like to come up with 3 categories of loot. You got your this is trash loot. That's there just to give them funds and finances and help them to increase their resources so they can go buy stuff. You get it. Oftentimes, I tend to just abstract that into money, coins, currency, whatever. Middle stuff. See you around, Bernast. Have a good drive. Have a safe drive. Have a slightly cooler drive. The middle tier stuff is loot, but it's like filler loot, for lack of a better way to put it. It's stuff you just pull out of the DMG, right? There's tons and tons and tons and tons of resources for that. The third category is bespoke. I like to sit down and think, okay, so I've got Bragwin, and she's playing a black mage, and she loves fire spells. So I'm going to invent a ring right off the top of my head. And this ring makes it so that every time someone dies while on fire from one of the spells you cast, it gains a charge of fire. And you can use those charges to add an extra d4 to any fire damage you do from that point onwards. Those can be stacked up to, let's say, 5 times, but if you blow all 5 in one, you can actually use that to cast a completely separate fire spell for free. That's literally right off the top of my head, but you get the idea. Something bespoke, specific to whatever my party is, something I think the players would actually like. So let's talk to Taimi. Commander, I think it's working. Raba and Min seem very cozy. Catch the sultry glances. What about your sultry glances? Oh, Commander. Do you think you noticed? Yes. Chat with Rama. Keep straight with me, Commander. How am I doing? I think Min's enjoying herself. Don't overthink it. You're doing fine, Ram. Min? How are things at the Ministry? They're busy. Even we're feeling some stress from this whole energy fiasco. Paperwork? Yeah, Whoops. Hang on. Do you ever mock Lee in his prison just for a pick-me-up? That's against code. Do I still daydream it once in a while? Well, no reason to incriminate myself. Alright, let's talk to Ayumi. Having come? Yes. It's called relaxing. Normal people do all the time. What's a relaxing? And I'm going to eat some food. And then I'm going to drink some... Oh, hang on. I have to politely sip my beverage. Pinky out. Okay, I'm sorry. This lack of music is absolutely driving me insane. Hang on 1 second, please. Where is it? 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 There it is. I'm okay. I can unclench. Okay, pinky out. I do like the custom drinking animation. I don't know if that's unique to Sylvari, but... Alright, check please.
I had a great time tonight. Thanks for coming out.
Oh, of course. If you're in the area again anytime soon, be sure to say hi.
I had a great time tonight.
Really?
Of course. Your friends are a lot of fun. And very well dressed.
They're good people. A little eccentric, but we've all got our quirks. I feel like I can be myself around them. After the whole Lee disaster, it's been tough to feel comfortable with people. But I trust them. And I trust you.
That jerk got what he deserved, but I know it hasn't been easy for you. I'm always here for you. Always will be.
Thanks, Min. Hey, you wouldn't be interested in doing this again sometime, would you?
Absolutely. Next time, how about it's just us?
That sounds fantastic. I look forward to it.
Me too.
Agreed, Mr. Red. What? What?
It's been too long. I've been resting. Could you meet me? The sunset over Seitang Harbor is exquisite, and I could use the company. It's been quite taxing, learning to filter the magics of the world. If Seitang Harbor is too far from where you are, I've left you a portal at the Eye of the North that will bring you to me.
Also enjoy this, a rare positive for this content. I agree with Takoida's overall answer. My biggest answer, Eleazar, is don't stress it. Just come up with a name that sounds cool to you. One of the weirdest things about language, any language really, is that something that sounds silly with repeated use will just become normalized. Because if you think about it, Star Wars is a really dumb name. Just like Death Star and Star Trek and Guild Wars. Like, if you really sit and think about a lot of the things that we use as normal nomenclature, it's like, really? But after repeated use, it just becomes the thing that is designated to that thing. You stop thinking about what it means, you just, it's that, right? Yeah, what's your name? Skywalker. Really? Don't stress it. Just go with something. Alright, let's talk to my extremely hot, very real Canadian girlfriend here. I've had some nights out that were real snooze, but at this rate, I might I might not roost till dawn. You're a riot. You're no wallflower yourself. Have any go-to spots in Echo Vault? Oh, a few. This new club just opened up. Let's buy this Canuck guy. Yes, Taimi noticed you wore your best glasses. She's very observant. Totally wasn't eavesdropping on Rama and Min, but if I was, I'd say this is a success. So how about you, Commander? How you doing? I'm doing better. Min. Nice of you to grab the check. You're a class act. Pretty thoughtful of Rama to set this up, huh? Sure was. You know, he downplays it, but he's a hopeless romantic. Romantic? Interesting. Rama. Commander, you aren't eavesdropping right now. Me? Eavesdrop? Yeah, congrats on the second date. I knew it, but thanks. You're welcome. So, waiter, were we a little bit better this time? Thanks for tolerating us. I know our group can get a little rowdy. Complete understatement. What was that? Nothing. Nothing at all. I mean, I did save the world. Like 5 times. I mean, honestly, Warcraft is a good example of that, too. Or StarCraft, while we're on the subject. What the hell does StarCraft mean? Nothing. It doesn't mean anything. It means StarCraft. Yeah, Minecraft, while we're on the subject. What's that? Well, you mine and you craft. But that hasn't really defined Minecraft since it came out. Yes, Xenogears? What? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is a little bit different, because that is more or less a direct description of the premise. Which is actually extremely rare. Assassin's Creed hasn't been a relevant name for years at this point. Hell, it took me decades to come up with a name for my setting. The Extant. I like simple names. That's just my style. I'm not suggesting I'm gonna do that. I like simple names. So, hang on. Let's do a story really quick before I forget. Yep, let's get some fish.
Commander, what are you doing here?
Maureen asked me to come.
Ah, yes. I had a feeling. I'd hoped that we'd have more time. They grow up so quickly, don't they?
I'm glad I was able to see you again. Both of you.
Again? Are you going somewhere?
See, ever since Suwon left us, I've had to learn how to filter the magic of Tyria on my own. The weight of it all has yet to settle. Even if it gets a little easier each day, I think I need to rest while my body adjusts.
You should have told us. We could have helped you.
No, you couldn't. And that's okay. This is my trial. This is my burden now.
Where are you going to go?
I don't know. I won't be far. But somewhere quiet. someplace I can process.
What will we do without you?
You will live on, my friend. Tyria can thrive and progress without the fear of devastation. The dragon cycle ended with Suwon. Enjoy this time. Breathe. For me. My champion, how you've protected me these many years. Asking a favor of you may seem selfish, but...
What do you need, my friend?
Watch over this place while I'm gone. Watch over our friends.
Of course.
You are a living flicker of hope. Let the world see all that you are, my champion. Now, how can we be so somber with a view like this? Sit with me for a moment, will you?
I brought you fish, Aurene. Well, I mean, Giga brought you fish. So she should get credit for that, really. When are you leaving?
Soon, champion. I feel the pull of my function calling me to my rest. It slips into me like a rush of warmth, traveling through my entire body.
It sounds peaceful.
More than you know.
How long will you be gone?
I'm not certain. But with the world's magic and balance, I can only guess. When the other Elder Dragons had fulfilled their roles, they slept for millennia.
I hope it's not that long.
As do I. I would very much like to see you again.
Again, we don't have an observable upper limit on our age, I'm just saying. Can you see what's coming?
No. My sight, I believe it was tied to the dragon cycle. It's different than before. Then, there was a void, and I couldn't see past it. Now there's just nothing. It would seem I'm as blind to the future as you, champion.
Does that bother you?
The opposite. Our path is our own.
So, okay, this is a great moment. It's getting a positive. I have to point something out. You really want to know how rushed they were? Look at how low res that sunset is. That is N64 sunset right there. Look at the clouds. Look at that smeared god ray there. Sorry, it's been bugging me this whole time. Like, I'm focusing on rain. It's like, oh... What is that nonsense? Oh my god. Alright, Giga, just for that, I'm feeding you to Aurene. Poosh. Honestly, this looks better. So, Keith, how do you feel about this?
Sad, of course, but also proud. I will miss her more than I can say.
But we've both known this was coming for some time now. We'll do our best to live up to her trust in us.
I'm sure we will.
So what are you going to do now?
I don't know. I'll need some time to think about my responsibilities as leader of the Crystal Bloom. I've thought about returning home, to the Pale Tree. But even if I wanted to go back, I don't know if I could.
I'm here if you need me.
I mean, we are basically her parents, so... How do you think the Crystal Bloom will take this news?
Most would likely volunteer to watch over Aurene as she rests. Though, given the current landscape, I don't see anything that could threaten our sweet Aurene.
I'm confident you'll help them find their purpose.
That's exactly right. We'll find something for them to focus on.
Do you think we'll see Aurene again?
No.
But if I've learned anything in the time we've spent with Aurene, it's to expect the unexpected.
She's certainly surprised us more than once.
And I have a feeling that she'll surprise us yet again.
In Guild Wars 3. But yeah, no. For real, Aurene has been written out of the narrative. Now, we're kind of off the map, as I mentioned earlier. All three of the big three are in a weird place, so... it is entirely possible that they'll do whatever the hell they feel like. But the intent is clear. One moment, please. Because that's it. That's End of Dragons. Oh no, I specifically meant the Sylvari Linearith. Remember, the Sylvari are only about 30 years old. On the high end. So... we don't know their age. Now, hang on. While I set this up... God, it's so hot. I'm just sitting here melting. I don't have my coat on. And I have 2 fans on me, and I'm just dying. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do the audit. It won't take long. But we are actually, I believe, a 3rd generation Sylvari. 3rd born, something like that. Yeah, we could just pull a Joko. Death magic is a thing. It's a regular thing. Are we 2nd gen? I know we're not firstborn. That's a plot point. Let's do this first of all. Oh, by the way, Mr. Red, I thought you might find this amusing. Someone's mowing the lawn. I can't get away from it. You were talking about how the Pandaria cutscene opening cinematic is amazing. And yeah, of course it freaking is. Would you believe, because I keep track of that kind of thing, because I'm a geek, that only one of the opening cinematics surpassed Pandaria's? And I bet you know which one. I bet anyone here who knows anything about WoW knows exactly which one it is. Oh. I mean, they're all good, but, like, one of them is just crazy. Yeah, it's War Within. Of course it's War Within. Let's see. Wrath's was pretty good. Wrath's was... let me double check my numbers. So... hold on. That's weird. It was insane, Loke. It was insanely well done. Not even just technically, like the storytelling, the tiny little details. Thrall walking forward so that Anduin's sword could rest on his chest, which helped Anduin to steady himself. There is so much storytelling in that one moment. God damn. I need to watch that scene again. It's so good. Anyways. Just while I'm here, because I've already chopped off the numbers there. So, War Within is the best, obviously. After that, it looks like we gave it to Dragonflight. No, I'm wrong. After that was Pandaria, excuse me. Then Dragonflight, then Wrath. And then everything else kind of ties after that. Now, you're probably thinking, well, that's just opening cinematics. What's the highest scoring individual cutscene in the game? Old Soldier. Although that's actually more like 5 cutscenes, but still, Old Soldier is better than most fees. So, I don't know what else to add to that. Oh, I agree with you completely, Luke. Hang on, let me just pull my knife. Okay, Luke's dead. No, actually, Mr. Ed. Old Soldier, with the ones that are in the game, was still the best scoring one. After that is Warbringer's Ashara, if you're wondering. Which I still say is the best of the vignettes they've ever done. Warbringer's Ashara is just incredibly dense, fantastic animation, storytelling, nuance, details, world building, plot direction. Like, just, God, that is such an absolute... Sound design, music direction. The drums. The drums! Anyways. Let me actually do my frickin' job here. End of Dragons. Okay, so... some more positives here. Try to be shocked. End of Dragons has the most brickwork positives so far. Don't tell me about it. You're okay. You're okay. Relax. It's gonna be okay. Don't make me give you drugs. But I want drugs. Absolutely, Luke. 100%, no question. Even ignoring the bonkers good storytelling in Old Soldier, counting the whole sequence, to be clear, as Old Soldier, like from the battle in Teldrassil all the way up to his final confrontation with Sylvanas. That movie is absolutely insanely good. I don't have words. I tried to put it into words. I failed. And then I tried again and again until I was able to actually sit down and enumerate how good those cutscenes were. Because it's my job. Yeah, they've been talking about things they were baking in. I saw that on their vlogs. Let's see, brickwork. I already mentioned that. Okay, so let's just go ahead and get rid of this thing. I mean, even the scene, the Gallywix cutscene, the first one, to be clear, the one you get when you walk into Undermine, is just kind of really good. You know? I don't have anything to add to that. It's just... And as usual, the reason I praise Blizzard cutscenes so much isn't just because they're technically impressive, which they always have been. It's because there is so much storytelling in them. I mean, this became a meme during the WoW run. Blizzard does visual storytelling incredibly well. And so they tend to tell a lot of story without dialogue. They tend to showcase in action, in animation, in camera angles. Yeah, the board meeting. That's the one I'm referencing, Luke. Even in that very thing, Gallywix goes from being completely on top of things, and totally in charge of the rest of the goblins, to nothing more than another toady when faced with something higher tier than him, because he just can't hang. What makes them stand out? Presentation! It's not actually a joke. Oh, dude, hell yeah, Mr. Red. Yeah, I will give Gallywix credit. When he's faced with a bigger fish than him, he knows it. He's not actually a Krennic, because one of the key points of being a Krennic is thinking you're a big fish when you're not. Gallywix recognizes that he's a small fish, relatively speaking. That's true. He did make that mistake once. He did not enjoy that encounter. God, I love Pandora music. Sorry. Gallywix is intelligent. He's just also very stupid. He's a really particular slice of intelligent. He's just smart enough to be a problem. You know what? Yeah, Pandaria is also a stupid name, to go back to our nomenclature thing earlier. I'm sure Eleazar is gone now. But Pandaria is a perfect example of a name that we've just kind of normalized. You say tomato, Loke. I say tomato. Gondor. Where are you going? I'm going Gondor stuff. No, I'm kidding. I mean, it's called Middle Earth. Yes, soulless. No offense, soulless lovers, but, like, come on. Look, if there's one thing I know about streaming MMOs, it's we have to talk about every MMO other than the one we're currently covering. Yeah, Palawa Joko. One of the best villains in this franchise, in both games. He was great even back in Guild Wars 1. Coel, yeah. I mean, honestly, his name's Thrall. I don't mean that like I'm trying to dead name him. I mean, like, think about that. His name is Thrall. Yeah, he's one of the... He's the bro. He's the bro of Warcraft, of the setting. Wow, that was longer than I thought. It's actually funny, Gum Gum, since one of the things, and Warcraft does this deliberately, is Warcraft has deliberately memorable names. We were actually talking about this recently, I forget where we were streaming. We were talking about the difference between Lotro and World of Warcraft. Or I guess Lord of the Rings in general, and Warcraft. Because in Warcraft you have, you know, Hellscream, Gul'dan, Thrall, Jaina, Anduin, right? And then in Lotro you have Deflorated the second. Now a lot of that they do by cribbing. I kind of don't mind or care. That's true, Loke. And Lord of the Rings does it all the time. Alright. Yes, I would skip Vanilla and Season 1 personally. No, I'm kind of complaining. It doesn't matter. It's part of Lord of the Rings shtick, right? I don't think they should change that, right? If I was doing a rewrite of Lord of the Rings, I would make my names ridiculous and huge and super over-designed too. Because that's part of the shtick. That's part of the brand of Lord of the Rings. But the point is, it is legitimately... yeah, exactly, building those. It is legitimately difficult in some cases to tell certain characters apart, especially when you're going just by their names. I mean, I know people who for years didn't know the difference between Sauron and Saruman, because their names are Sauron and Saruman. I'm not even getting into the diss there. I do think Mithrandir is a great name. Elden Ring. Jesus. I like both, Czar. And I think both could coexist simultaneously. I prefer the old method, though. What's your name? Befor. What's your name? Bafor. What's your name? Befor. Who are you? I'm Befor, son of Befor. Who? No, before. What? The funny thing is, I'm exaggerating because the problem is I can't give you examples because I don't remember them because they're insane. This came up because I was reading a summary of Lotro's plot after they finished Mordor, and I couldn't follow it because I couldn't tell who was what or where because all the names were, and it just grayed out in my brain. Anyways. There are some very cool names, to be clear. I mean, Mithrandir is a great pick, and Feanor. Like, when he has a name that's less than 10 characters long, he tends to do some good stuff. Westeros. No comment. Okay, End of Dragons. That's plus this much. Yeah, Elrond. Elrond Half-Elven. Or Aragorn. Mithrandir's right on the line, Blade to Vault. Right there. Go past that, and now we're gone. It's over. Eowyn. He loves to use his vowels. Well, if you've ever studied Stalin, I think something like that, Trihexia. I was actually talking about that recently. Yeah, gotta love those vowels, is Miristar. Very cool name, by the way. See, I'm boring. What's your name? Lore. Or if you prefer, Runner. Raids are story. They are not part of the MSQ. Same thing with Fractals. Same thing with strike missions. I think that's actually kind of it. Don't do the dungeons. You can't anyways, Linear, so don't worry about it. But don't do the dungeons. Ashrin Carmine. Carmine? How do you pronounce it? I can see a lot of ways. No, that's wrong. Don't mistake me. I actually encourage you to do raids. Really. Carmine. Okay. Oh. Well, I'm sorry. I will never call you as Miristar again. From now on, you are the Eels Miristar. Ladies and gentlemen, End of Dragons. So we know what the old score was, which was 305. Spoilers, it has gone down. Net story is plus 93. Let's do this in order. So plus 93 story. That actually, ironically, that puts it relatively average as far as MMOs, which makes sense. Most MMO expansions tend to kind of crush it on the story axis. Duh, right? So that's actually only in the middle. You know, like something like, it puts it right above Dawn Trail, for example, but right below Path of Fire. Story density is pretty high, actually. That is up there at 4.99 pluses per hour, which is only beaten by the absolute insanity that is War Within and Dragonflight. Story ratio is once again extremely high. In fact, we have a new record because it beat Path of Fire for story ratio at an absolutely insane 97.94%. That is only beaten by War Within. Gameplay. Not so great. End of Dragons had a net plus 8 to gameplay. There were several issues. I mean, Loke can attest to this because he did this just before me, and I'm sure Blade Travell would agree with me on several of these complaints as well. The zone design was just lacking, and some of the quests were just kind of faltering. And while there are some very awesome boss fights and a couple of good metas, For the most part, End of Dragons just kind of fumbled on the gameplay axis. So it merely had a +8. That is 0.4 pluses per hour, which is nothing to write home about. And 61.76%, which I would actually call bad as far as a gameplay ratio. That puts it down around Warlords, for a bit of perspective. Warlords with the abandonment issue, just to be really clear about this. Giving us our final bronze number of... Can I get a drum roll, please? And I'm going to look at the guessing sheet to see who won. That's funny. Write that down really quick. Let's see. $200. You knew it was going to be in the 200 range. 280.01. Dropped by about 25 points from the patch stuff. Almost to a T. Which means Kennex Cow wins. Congrats, Kennex Cow. I have put that down for Jedi Fallen Order, Yakuza 0, and the Jack Block. Yeah, no, you're right. It's still a very good score. That puts it above Dawn Trail, Warlords, all of Tor. Puts it above Stormblood, Heaven's Word, all of Star Trek Online, Heart of Thorns, Wrath of the Lich King. It's funny, though, because the next jump up is 343, which is Path of Fire. And then above that is, like, Legion and Kata and stuff like that. Ironically, that is pretty much middle of the pack as far as the expansions go right now. I'd say, yeah, it is one above dead center as far as bronze numbers. Well, I was thinking about it, Lunar, and I was. But honestly, it's so relatively early, we should probably go ahead and start taking a bite out of Secrets of the Obscure. Right? Right? We're all in agreement? Okay, cool. Give me 1 second to finish jotting down something over here. It is a solid expansion, 100%. Go to bed, Blade Devil. God, sorry. Modern WoW music is so freaking good. Oh yeah, it is absolutely worth buying Path of Fire and End of Dragons. 100%. No, really. Correct, Evo. We're approaching the end game, so to speak. Leo Kaliski actually wrote this music. 280, Lanirith. Yep, Scumlord's correct. This stuff is on sale right now. Damn, Leo Kaliski has done hardly any music. This is... Wow, he did WoW, Diablo 4, and that's basically it. Jesus. This is him, right here, the music you're listening to. He's been doing a lot of Dragonflight and War Within's music, and you know what I think of those songs? Okay, so... Probably... Kennex Cow. Alright, let's make sure we're all set up in the document. I just want to do my due diligence, make sure I don't miss anything. Looks like we're good. There... Not good here. Let's go and do this. There we go. So I'd like to say we're off the map. It's not. I have done apparently the next quest, which we're about to do. There we go. So let's go ahead and kill that. Get rid of that awful, awful, amazing music there. Turn on the in-game music. Make sure we're on the right step, which we are. Perfect. Okay. Where are we going? We're going here, apparently. Yeah, me too, Blake Duvall. I barely remember it. I have done it. Like I said, we're like 2 quests away from the furthest I've seen in this game. Not counting going and doing dailies and metas up north. Well, it is only the worst of the homes, the worst capital city in the game, so... I suppose that tracks.
The Grove. How this place has changed. Our people.
If it makes you feel better, Giga, I was in my 20s when those movies came out.
Welcome home. I had to clean up another hairball while you were gone.
I'm sorry? Do we have a cat? Am I watching Giga's cat? She is the Catmander. Ooh. Why are all these people in my house? Get out of my house! Get out of here. Is this my house? I have no idea. Where are we? And of course I can't mount. If you look at the commander tag up close, it looks like the face and ears of a cat. Hence, Catmander.
This is where the mail said to meet. Maybe I'm early.
Well, first you drop, what is it, 300 gold? Who's talking to me? Oh god, who's talking to me? There they are.
Got a minute to chat? Well, you've got one heck of a story, and the people deserve to hear it.
I can probably spare a moment.
Good. Walk with me. Talk with me. Didn't have a chance while you were still in Cantha. Big name like you probably has 1,000 things to say, but let's start with this. Killing Suwon, saving the world, ending the reign of the Elder Dragons, a lot to cope with. Thoughts?
Fish people. We did what had to be done at great cost. Interesting perspective. How do you respond to the charges that your leadership or lack thereof was the chief reason for the catastrophic events that negatively impacted Cantha? You're an idiot. Clearly a touchy subject. Let's move on. What do you think the world is a better place without all the dragons? Without the cycle we've known for countless generations? The cycle is in balance and the void is pushed back. I think that speaks for itself. Good point. Let's talk about you for a moment. What's next for the legendary commander? Any future plans? I mean, I'm going to try to do something to make Tyria a better place. This place sucks. Like, have you seen ore lately? The smell alone. Alright. Here's what the audience really wants to hear.
Uh-huh. Scandal, death, romance. Give me the juicy details.
There's not much more to it. We prevented widespread disaster a few times. Lost some friends along the way. But now that the dragon cycle is over, it's peaceful.
Pack Commander's retirement haunted by dreams of the past. The screams of war.
I might not, Oh, gosh, this could be important. Do you mind?
I think I got what I need. Just you wait. Your name will be painted on every chronicle in Tyria. Thank you, Commander. You can trust me to tell your story as authentically and accurately as possible.
Thank you, Timmy.
What do we got? Hey, Commander. Sorry for sending an antiquated note, but while I was working with Yao and June, communication became critically important to solving their power problems. Good news, we made some serious upgrades to the comm systems I developed. Bad news, I can't just patch the system. I have to roll this out to every user individually, and you won't be on the upgraded network until you get the update, hence the mail. I've attached a one-time use chip that'll apply the update to your comms unit automatically. Once you perform it, you won't need to do anything, but feel free to test it out. Everyone else has theirs already. This tech is experimental, so you may run into some glitches if you overextend the system. P.S. Ivan's been calling me every 5 minutes complaining he has something important, yada, yada, yada. Maybe ask him what he needs. Okay, bye. Okay. Hang on, let's call Timey.
This is Timey. I'm not available to talk right now. You know, busy inventing novel technologies that change how we communicate. Leave a message and I'll get back to you. This is so cool.
Oh, Timey.
Let's call Yao.
Command, is you?
Yao? Can you hear?
Sorry, if that's you. I can't stand anything saying.
I'll call another time. Yao? Still there? Must be down in the jade mine again.
Okay. Let's call Rama.
This is Detective Rama of... Oh.
Brim and
The
Scarab
Brim and
Detective
Scarab
Agency.
Detective Agency.
Missing family heirloom? We can find it.
Long lost parents? We'll track them down for you.
State your inquiry, and we'll get right back to you at our earliest convenience. Have an efficient day.
So, someone, I think it was Colgrim, asked earlier, how do you think Braum became the scion of Primordus? And that's obvious. Primordus needed the only other person in the entire world who had as little mind and personality as he did.
Bram, how are you?
The individual you are trying to contact has yet to properly set up their messaging device. Please try again later.
Bram, oh, whatever. Let's call the fledgling couple.
This is Marjorie Dilla... Mm-mm. This is Marjorie and Casimir... No. Timey. This is Marjorie Delacroix of Delacroix Investigations. Me and my beautiful fiancé, Casimir Meade, Crichton Ambassador, are busy living the good life. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. Maybe catch you at the bar. Oh, and if this is Gorick, stop signing my name on paperwork.
I'm happy for them.
So they're off enjoying retirement. What's Ritlock up to?
Timey's note says to press this button, then start talking.
How do you do this? This flaming device.
All right, Ivan. What's up?
Commander! Darn it. Give me a moment. Sorry about that. Gorick decided to bring an entire colony of mantid diggers aboard Ivan's ship. And someone's cats keep killing them! I hope things are less chaotic where you are. If you're bored, Ivan has a job. We would do it, but we've got our hands full.
Bored? You have no idea.
We've gotten word about some puzzling occurrences happening around the town of Garenhof in Kessex Hills. No real details, but one witness stated that the heart of the town has disappeared. Can you look into it?
Yes, please. I could use the busy work. Everyone is...
Gorick! Put her down! Sorry, Commander. Ivan needs to run. I think someone is about to stage a mutiny. We'll talk soon.
Look, they had to keep Steve blown here somewhere.
Everyone's doing just fine, Aurene.
Oh, ho, ho, ouch. Everyone but us. What I find interesting, if I might be so bold for a second, is all three of the big three have approached this from almost the exact same angle. That is an interesting outfit. Look at those wings. In FF14, we were just kind of, well, I don't want to say bored, but like we wanted to go adventuring again because we hadn't in a long time. That led to, well, honestly, the Patchwalker stuff and eventually Dawn Trail. in World of Warcraft, we were kind of tired of constantly saving the entire universe and all of the multi-reality. So we wanted a vacation. And what's the next thing that drops into our laps is the Dragon Isles, which, if you remember, the whole point of the Dragon Isles is it was a non-military expedition. And that theme remained even after we started dealing with problems nearby. And here in Guild Wars 2, it's like, now what? Everyone else is off doing their own things, living their own lives, and Aureen's gone. You know me. I love a good now what.
There's a human in the grove.
Oh my god, a human? I hear they're doing human things like occasionally they'll put food into their mouth and then, like, crush it into tiny bits with their bones. Ugh. Oh, now this is some deja vu. Huh. Okay. Remind me to explain why this is weirding me out later.
Gone. Whenever the baby wakes me up, I take her for a walk around the block. Usually does the trick. And when we rounded the corner, I realized that the tower wasn't obscuring the moon. It always does that time of night. It was just gone. It was there when I walked home from the market. It was there before we went to bed. Now, it's gone.
Did you smell anything weird? See anything?
No, nothing like that. It just left. I think it left us.
Right, sorry, hang on. I've actually already done my research on this. But I forgot where I wrote it down because I didn't mean to... I'm terrible. Okay, so, sorry. Before we continue in Secrets of the Obscure, let's talk about Secrets of the Obscure really quick. So after a year, a solid year of terrible patches and disinteresting stuff, again, you know, the end of development joke, finally Secrets of the Obscure hit in August 22nd of 2023. God, that's only like 2 years ago now. Now, once again, I like to give a little bit of perspective on where we're at here. This is the funny one to me. So I haven't really played this because, well, in FF14, this is right around patch 6.4. That's pretty much the end of Endwalker stuff. So they were wrapping up the story arc that was involved with. And meanwhile, over in World of Warcraft, this was patch 10.1.5. AKA Dragonflight had actually finally gotten over most of its issues and had started being what we would refer to as extremely good. So both FF14 and WoW were kind of riding a high right now, and Guild Wars 2 was just sort of lagging behind. Now, don't mistake me, they still had a decent number of players and decent support, and was still making pretty decent money. But it's a noticeable, like, we're in third place as soon as Secrets of the Obscure came out. Now, I don't know how good it is compared to those two things, but I just want you to understand the competition it had walking into it. This is also the new era, the current era, which we've actually talked about several times. They've been experimenting ever since the beginning. You know, we had Vanilla, which had no idea what it was doing. We had the Living Story, which is what this was originally. And then they tried Living World, then they tried expansions, and they tried it both, and now they've settled on each expansion not being a full expansion. In terms of construct and design, I can tell you this right now, even having not played these, both Secrets of the Obscure and Janther are less expansions and more Living Worlds. Now, whether that's good or not, who knows, because Living World Season 3 and 4 were both kind of legit. But Living World Season 5, which is Icebrood, is the second worst we've had so far. So who knows? Yeah, like even the new features that they bring to the board are mostly just, here's something old, but in a more modern take. Like the Skyscale thing we've talked about many times. Or the Warclaw. Now, adding the Spear, sure. And upcoming, yeah, I saw, sorry, Gigas, I did see that this is a Canthan. Or it's been long enough that the medical tech has started stretching out. One of the two. I do like the Spear. I think adding the Spear was a good move. But from what I understand, they're not going to do that ever again. We also know that they're probably going to add something new with the upcoming expansion. And, well, given that whole helmety thing that they just revealed, I think it was today, I would imagine it is going to be another spec, which is actually the thing I wanted the least of all the options they could do. We'll see. For a bit of perspective, this isn't like, wow, a new spec means a new mechanic. Like this thing up here, your F keys, like we talked about that. Spec changes how your F keys work, your function stuff. So we'll see. We'll see what they do with it. I'm actually quite excited, though. And hopeful that it won't completely self-destruct like every other MMO is in the middle of doing. So, so what happened here? The Wizard's Tower's gone. Oh my god. I have no idea what I'm going to think, Evan. I really am kind of off the map. I've actually done a lot of convergences. I've done rift hunts. Like, I've done a lot of events in the new stuff because it keeps being part of the weekly stuff and the daily stuff. But I haven't done jack story-wise. Like, I don't know anything that's going on. I have no context for anything.
What do you reckon happened? Is this Garn okay?
I don't know. It feels wrong without it. I don't feel ready. Is that weird?
I know what you mean.
Oh yeah, Giga, I know you love it when I say this sentence. So the Wizard's Tower, which they keep referencing is gone, is from Guild Wars 1. To be clear, I mean, this Wizard's Tower is in Guild Wars 1. We may never get away from Guild Wars 1 at this point.
I can't comfort them. I can barely keep myself from panic.
So, what can you tell me? I don't know much. The tower disappeared and people are lost without it. Okay, where's the mayor? Oh, there he is. Quite a bit, actually, Mr. Ed, which is why it keeps weirding me out how much it keeps referencing 1.
Tired of people pretending to know the wizard. There are no tours. We've never met Isgarin. He's... Oh, I apologize. I don't even know if he's a he. We know so little, and yet we speak as if we know these things. We act familiar. We know nothing. And now it's gone.
Secrets tends to have this yellow tint, so we'll go with yellow for a bit. Just to vary things up a little. That's actually sharp. What do you guys think? The yellow and... sorry, the green and... the emerald and gold. Let's call that. Look at that. Yeah, no, that's sharp. I was just doing that as a lark, but actually that worked pretty well. And we'll change characters later, Blitchful. And we will.
Where did it go? It's always been there, watching.
So, what is going on? The Wizard's Tower, which used to hang above the town and watch over us, has just disappeared. None of us know what happened to it. Now the townspeople are terrified. Did you see anything that could be related to it? I don't... Well, now you mentioned there was a group of sketchy individuals, but they couldn't have... I mean, it's implausible to think they were involved. Okay, what can you tell me about them? They were watching some of the more vulnerable residents in town, like those who were especially impacted by it. I'll show you where they live. Okay.
Just end it! Do it already!
I'm not here to hurt you. What are you... Oh my god. Oh my god. Giga, murder this woman immediately! Good job. Here's a cookie. I actually, unironically, have a brookie in my fridge right now, Giga. All yours. Here you go. Bling.
I can't comfort them. I can barely keep myself from...
So, the villager tried to kill me. By the 6. Yeah, they're gone. You have my sincerest apologies. I hope you showed mercy. Yeah, they seem disoriented. Is there anything you can tell me? Lasha said she saw a few of them lingering outside the town on the cliff overlooking the dock. The place has been abandoned for some time. I don't think that's much of a lead. Well, we can check it out. We'll find out, won't we, Mr. Red? It's from a local joint, so I have high hopes. Okay. Visceral memory. I remember going through here and being turned around. So, I mentioned I've done this quest. I did it on my Char. Now, if you don't understand why that's important, Char are huge, and we're in a small enclosed space where the camera can barely keep up with my Sylvari. So imagine being like this, but like half the screen is taken up by a big fur ball. I actually needed Pax to point out stuff so I could interact with it. So the spill is wet, indicating it happened just the last few hours, but it appears on an ordinary stove. A brookie is a cookie baked in the format of a brownie. So, oh god, that's right, first person. And I definitely know how to do that. That's, no. Okay, we're going to give up on that immediately. Moving on. The situation is grim and growing more dire by the moment. Our predictions were far below what we've been seeing from the readings of astral fluctuations. Priorities have changed. I need you to... I can't read that quickly, game. Out loud, anyways. No. It's more like a fat cookie. Yeah, go. Oh, God, that's so much better. There might be cookie batter in a brownie. I don't know. There's several ways to do brookies. The brookie I have is a cookie that is big. Mr. Red would be the person to ask that, Lenareth. Because he just did that. You could also ask Bladesval. He's still pissed about it, last I checked. Not that I blame him. Okay. Just Google Brookie. So, what are these new faces? Oh, they're at Delilah's Caravan, huh? Okay. Oh, speaking of which, let me make sure I'm raising the right thing in secrets. Yep, flight training. We're almost up to combat launch. I could get astral amenities, but I don't give a crap about any of this. So I'm just going to keep focusing on flight training. I can't even see Internios. The secrets sky scale grind.
Moon Camp is coping with another casualty this morning. Irina's worried.
2 near Selma yesterday, too. That's what, 6 this week? Wait, someone's coming.
Hi.
Must be them.
Hello. All races. First thing you notice, by the way. Ashuran, human, Norn, Sylvari. There's a Char over there. So it's already either pure evil or pure good. One of the two.
I need you to move along. You're not supposed to be here.
I'm not? It's just I haven't seen your lot around here before. Thought I'd say hello.
Move along.
Okay, let me just draw my axes here for no reason. Oh, hang on, let me kill some spiders. I'm not sure it's possible to miss it, Lenareth. You're probably wondering, hang on, why did they give you a sky skill in secret? So I actually do have a little insight into this. I forget which interview it was, but someone was talking about how they really, really wanted a flying expansion. And you'll see what I mean once we get up there. So, they really, really want you to have a sky scale because that's what they've got for flight in this game. Do I need to use this in my inventory? I do. Jesus Christ.
Ivan is busy right now, and
Woohoo! Guess I'm on my own with this one. I should wait until dark. See if I can sneak in.
Yes, the grind. The grind is all, knows all, and sees all. I'm going to put this off to the side for now. The odds of you missing it are so minuscule that I'm not even sure it's possible. Lenareth. You know, and the only reason I say that without total certainty is because I already had my sky scale before I started this expansion. The grind. Now, I hope you like doing rifts, Linareth. Oh, that's dark. Jesus.
Should be dark enough that I won't be spotted unless I get close. All right, looks clear for me to...
Well, okay. So, demons, huh?
We're being attacked!
Something's going on over there.
So yeah, demons are just straight up attacking the farms now. That's cool.
There's that grouchy Norn talking to another of her group. I should hide in those dense
Move out.
bushes and listen in.
As soon as I see your signal, I'll rally the rest of the camp.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll be right behind you. Stay swift, be brave.
So,
Harder than I thought. I'll find a more discreet way in.
it would be easy to say that demons haven't really been a thing in this setting, basically ever. Like, let me put it to you this way. Most of the demons in this setting aren't. I know it's a dumb way to phrase that. Aw, Luke got spotted. Sorry, Luke. Let me explain this differently. You know how in most settings demon is like a species? Or... who the hell is that? No, Linareth. You'll just want to get... who is that? Oh, get her. Lost my train of thought. In a lot of settings, demons are a species, or a race, or a modifier. In this, demons, it's closer to call it an adjective. Several things have been called demons throughout the course of the setting's history, and we have fought several of them both in Guild Wars 1 and in Guild Wars 2. But what it basically boils down to is alien. If you replace the word demon with the word alien, it's almost one-to-one. So most of the demons we've interacted with so far have just been something that isn't from Tyria, right? Now, I happen to know that these demons are specifically called cryptids. Now, the cryptids are different. I don't know how or what, because I don't know most of the story of this expansion. But I do know that cryptids are actually a whole thing, as opposed to demons, which again is mostly just an adjective.
A few scraps of discarded armor. Might be able to use these to look the part, at least from a distance.
How do you do, fellow infiltrator?
That group. The guards aren't tossing them out. Might make for some good cover.
Yeah, honestly, demons is the kind of thing that people lower tier than us have been handling. I know that sounds arrogant, but like... how do I parallel this? We've been dealing with stuff that's trying to destroy, and I mean destroy, the entire planet. Demons show up semi-regularly, thanks to summons, or screw-ups in the mists, or whatever, right? Yeah, we've been fighting apocalyptic stuff for over a decade. And while all this has been happening, I would imagine, this is getting into speculation, the barriers between us and the mists, which is how you connect to the rest of the multiverse, have been a little bit weaker. So yeah, it makes sense that demons have been poking around and doing whatever. That actually is exactly what happened in that last quest back in End of Dragons. Very similar, from what I understand, Blake Joel. But again, I'm sort of off the map a little bit. We're getting very close to me being out of information on what's going on here. That's also true, Colburn, because yeah, Kral Katorek.
I don't understand why we can't just ask for help. It wouldn't be a fight. The truth would scare them. It's not time, and it's not our call to make.
But yes, both Balthazar and Kral Katorek made a bit of a mess of the mists, and we're still dealing with the consequences of their rampaging. Idiots. Hang on, Loke. I didn't see something about the Shadow Queen. Oh! Yes, sorry. I know what you're talking about now. Yes. That took me a second to process. I wouldn't say Balthazar is the stupidest character, but he does have the smallest dick.
Distracted. I might be able to use that to get them to tell me something.
Oh yeah, the dominoes keep falling. Like it or not, we have fundamentally changed the status quo for the planet and all connected dimensions. So, we need to deal with that.
The infestation is pretty gnarly up north.
Tengu.
Villages, not a lot of foot traffic. They got their hands tied.
Actually, yeah, I could see Codicus as being even stupider than Balthazar.
Might have some good information.
Which is impressive when you think about it.
The Astral Ward. They must be new to Tyria. And this Arena is their leader. Has to be that grouchy Norn.
The time we have feared for generations has arrived. The day has come to fulfill the noble purpose for which our benefactors have assembled and trained us. You are the bulwark against the menace of our enemy. Your bravery and, if necessary, sacrifice may not be recorded in the history of our world. But know that your siblings in the Astral Ward and the honored rulers of the court will hold your actions in the highest regard. Outsider Arena will see you to the glory of our victory against the enemy. Trust in her, for she is the trust of the court.
Help me gather some loot for Narcisse. She's got that farmer knocked out cold. Poor thing. I can't imagine what he's being forced to see.
Do we have a timer? We do have a timer. I didn't even see that. You scared too?
A little. Laban seems to think they're tracking something, or someone, here in Central Tyria.
Hang in there.
Yeah. Outsider, your father asked me to give you additional details as leader of the mission. It's not simply a matter of containing the threat, as you have so often done. In this circumstance, there's evidence to suggest our enemy has targeted a powerful individual in Tyria. You've read previous reports on this person and their pivotal role in recent events surrounding the ending of the Dragon Cycle. In fact, on both occasions, your father and myself both petitioned the Wizard's Court to recruit them into the Astral Ward, but were denied. With the boldness of which our enemy has stepped up their attacks, it is not only likely but probable you will encounter this individual in your mission. Do not interfere or even interact with them. They are to be handled with utmost respect, but it is not your place to involve this individual in our affairs. They're talking about us.
How long have you been stationed here? We only arrived yesterday.
Couple days before you.
Ah.
Yeah, I do like that too. Treat them with the utmost respect, but leave them be.
It's time, my friends. I need you to channel Mabon's determination and Dagda's strength. Remember, while we fight off the Cryptus from below, our allies are working to seal the rifts from above. We have a hunt to complete. With me!
And what are we hunting?
We're almost there.
Listen, I'm known for my sneakiness. I'm a warrior in plate with 2 burning lightning axes. And I glow with Aurine's light.
Stay together! Whatever you do, don't listen to them!
I do love how the name of that enemy is Winged Demon? Oh yeah, no, totally the Shadow Behemoth. Which would make sense, given what we know. And in we go.
I can't get any foot.
Location. Question mark, question mark, question mark. So we're in hell now.
You don't belong here, do you?
Oh, that's interesting.
Is everyone okay? Astral Ward, follow my voice!
You've entered an unknown realm with a poisonous aura that affects your energy levels and movement speed. It'll get worse over time. Oh yeah, by the way, organic equals evil. Here's how you glide. Looking like we're gonna get that co-op positive though.
Trepidation. A hint of pride. A drop of joy. I can taste it all on your breath.
Who are you?
Your mind is perplexing. Your thoughts are pungent. Where have you been?
What is this place?
My home. Tell me, flickering soul, what are you? I haven't tasted such depth in a long, long while.
Don't take another step.
I do like it when my prey is determined.
I'm not sure, Jake. No, I'd rather this not take any longer than it has to. In response to Blade 12. Besides, it's not like I've done anything else solo.
Guess that answers one of my questions.
You know so little.
Okay, this is actually difficult to do. He's draining my adrenaline bar. And I can't dodge roll properly.
Who are you?
To you, a savant of grief.
Ceres is too strong.
Ceres. Is that his name?
Say it louder.
Well, I would, but I'm currently dead, so give me a second here. Give me a second. Give me a second.
You are very adamant.
Could say the same about you, Ceres.
Dare you utter my name? I grow bored of this. The realm of dreams hungers for your soul.
Get up.
What?
I would, but, you know.
Where are you going?
So remember that stealth mechanic they just tutorialized? Yeah, here it is. I actually think this is brilliant tutorialization. Now, it's a terrible stealth section. Yeah, because he instantly kills you if he finds you, by the way. It's one of the worst types of stealth. Binary difficulty. And no possibility of recovering. Also notice we have no kit at all. It's just hide or be detected. That's it. Yeah, also his cone of perception is also wrong, which is also wrong. It's so frustrating because I was prepared. This is almost the exact same thing I said when I was doing this for the first time with PAX. I was like, wow, like this is good tutorialization. And then we actually got into it, and it's like, oh, this is terrible. It took me a couple of attempts to get through this the first time. I mean, hell, it's already taken me a couple of attempts this time around. So yeah, this is not great. Okay.
Tired of this chase.
Hey.
Timey?
No. Wow. Okay, so I wanted to show it off, but even I didn't think that would be as bad as it was. You saw that, right? He had walked well past me. His cone was facing the other way, and he was leaving. And then, oh, I saw you the moment you poke your head out. That's bull crap. Like, I would almost say that that's a bug, honestly. Honestly, he should probably have a circle around him instead of the cone. Which is funny, because we've seen that before, but apparently they just decided to give him the cone instead of the circle. Yeah, by the way, this is the only quest I've done. This and, like, 2 cutscenes after this, into this expansion. It could also be just terrible design. I mean, that's always possible. So we're gonna wait. By the way, do you notice it takes you a solid second to get out of stealth? And then you can only start only then can you start hobbling to the next stealth spot. All the way the super intense music is playing, like, guys. I get the idea. We're weak against something who can absolutely murder us. That's usually what stealth means. Stealth means you can't fight it one-on-one, generally speaking. That's why you're in stealth. Yeah, you're stuck moving slow. You have no kit. His line of sight is a lie. And binary difficulty. That is pretty much all of the stealth gameplay sins. I think I can make that now. I'm gonna go for it.
Curious little thing you are.
And as usual, the Wizard's Tower takes forever to load. Not that that's where we're going.
Alchemy, it worked!
Take a deep breath. Count to 3 and think of your fondest memory. Traveling through the mists can be taxing on the mind.
They've got experience with this kind of thing. You'll pull through, huh? Hi there, Commander.
Been a while.
I like how her name is listed as not Timey. How many of you even knew who Zojja was?
How's your friend doing?
They're fine. Little rift lagged is all.
Rift lagged? And Zojja, what are you doing here?
We'll give you the full breakdown once things settle. Mabon, you gonna look for the other wizards?
Wizards? Wait, who are you?
Cool your blood, Commander. Mabon is one of us. Yes, I'll meet you outside. Be safe.
Zojja, you're here.
Oh, sharp as always, Commander.
All right, you two, with me. Can't slow down.
You know, that's fair, Blade of all.
Name's Frode.
Hi, Frode.
Someone want to fill me in on what's going on?
Huh. Where to start?
Less banter. More fighting.
I love how they're all still called Horrific Creature, by the way. Yeah, Zojja, I don't even remember she was in Season 2. But the last time she was really relevant was in Season 1. Even that's debatable. She was one of those on-her-way-out characters, kind of like Air was.
What are these things? Demons?
Cryptis.
Who are demons, so technically speaking, you're not incorrect.
Cryptis?
Cryptis are organized. They aren't your average night terror.
Would you like to exit the Gendaran Fields? No, I remember she was in Season 2. Or, sorry, in Heart of Thorns, is what I meant to say. I hesitate to say she was relevant in Heart of Thorns, because she totally wasn't. She was about as relevant as Logan was, and for the exact same reason.
They keep coming!
Someone get eyes on the rift!
Having just gone through the game, I can tell you definitively, unless there's some, like, side strike, raid, or fractal, Heart of Thorns is the last time we saw her, recovering. So it has been a minute. In lore, it's been, I think, like, what, 8 years? I should check that. Let's see, 36.
Take this. It might
28.
give you a headache, but you'll get used to it. Promise.
So it's been 8 years.
The heart of the obscure. We're still learning the depths of its power, but we know it can seal and open rifts. Found his stuff today. Oh, not important, Zojja. We need to take control of the situation.
Sorry, let me take this artifact I actually already have. There we go.
Not bad, but we need to keep moving.
Yep, ignore the other, like, 15 players who have that every Rift event. You're seeing things, Blade Duvall. Would you like to exit to the Gendaran Fields? I only heard rumors to that effect, Evan. The big thing I heard was that was right around Felicia Day's career started actually taking off. If you remember, she wasn't actually all that big back in Guild Wars 2 Vanilla. But then she started showing up all over the place and became kind of a celebrity. And then her star, for lack of a better way to put it, waned. And so she's been more willing to do stuff since then. Now, how much that has specifically to do with Secrets of the Obscure, I don't know. I don't know, Giga. Oh, absolutely, Mr. Red. We're going to show off waiting 12 days to get our Sky Scale. Although apparently there's a way to bypass that. I wouldn't know. I don't hate the Cryptis, mostly because they're only really gross if you look at them up close. So you can basically skip the gross factor. And I like skipping the gross factor. Although that giant eyeball tentacle thing that's the meta, it's kind of hard to skip that. It's okay, I've only done it twice. I have no idea what's going on during it.
Oh, pale mother.
Exit to Gandaran Fields.
What's going on here? What happened?
Let's just say the wizard's tower went a little rogue. Spit out a little magic.
Don't think you're helping much, little friend.
Is that Garenhoff?
It's not quite your Garenhoff. We'll explain soon. This is about as new to us as it is to you. What a damn mess.
Hi, Sean. So yeah, that's...
Soldier, help an old sack of iron.
That's why I was commenting on the town I was just in. Skyscale flight. Oh, hey. I have gained access to skyscales. Oh, yeah, here you go. Here you go, Linnerith. Here's your skyscale. Right here. Along with all the tutorialization for skyscale, because you don't have one at this point, right? Right, alright, so... I hope not, Blake Duvall. We'll see, I suppose. Like, I don't know is the real answer. And that's also an answer to Logue. This does feel very multiversey, though, and you know my thoughts on that. And if these guys are the defenders of the multiverse, what the hell were they doing when Anka and her crew are off, just gallivanting through the multiverse, killing other versions of themselves by the hundreds? I do remember this tower from Guild Wars 1. So there's a grind here, Linnerith. It's the one Mr. Red's in the middle of doing. He can help you more with that than I can, or the wiki, because I haven't done it. I could do it. To my knowledge, the only benefit for me doing that grind is to gain access to a unique skin, which I have no interest in. I would say the main barrier, the main grind part of that really is the rifts. And just getting into a rift train is what that involves. Thank you, Mr. Red. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's what Mr. Red did, was get into a rift train and just ride that train until he was done. I can also do this. Boom. There we go. When is reset day for Guild Wars 2? I know it's early in the week. It's different from every other MMO. That's all I remember off the top of my head. What? Okay. It doesn't... Oh my gosh, it doesn't want me to go over here. That'll learn me for not paying attention. Okay, we'll go up the boring way. Yeah, that's true. So that will be in 4 days. Whatever that is. That sounds like Monday. So, Monday would be the answer to your question.
Took you long enough. Oh, still adjusting to the split. Fight with me.
More of them?
Looks like your friend earned us some unwanted attention.
Not that I had any say in that.
Pretty much, Loke. That was one of my biggest complaints about Legion, if you remember.
Thank the Forge. Thought I'd lost you too.
certainly put up a fight. But for now, let's focus on the one in front of us.
Also, Illidan voicing a freaking Mersod is certainly a choice.
Dagda.
She'll be all right, Lear. How are you feeling?
Adjusting. The split is never easy.
Take a moment. Ah, you all made it. Good. All in one piece. What happened to Iskarin and Dagda?
Iskarin.
You've probably heard rumors.
Possessed. Dagda got it bad. Whatever they hit her with, not great. And our beloved seer is... well, I've seen Iskarin in better shape.
They fled for our own good. Apart sent his strongest to take them down first. Guess that makes you the standing chair of the Wizard's Court. And how are you doing? Stabilizing?
I have questions.
I'm sure you have many. So, Commander, let us fill you in.
So, real quick, this is a dwarf. Now, if you're thinking, and? The dwarves are dead and gone. Some time ago, during Guild Wars 1, pretty much all the dwarves converted themselves into stone and then died fighting off the minions of Primordus and forcing Primordus back into sleep. There's only, I think, 2? I'm probably wrong. There are at least 2 dwarves left, but they're all stone. There's just a dwarf here, and he is not stone.
Ah, you must be the commander Mabon spoke so highly of. I guess you're about what I expected.
And what did you expect?
Couple more scars. Taller, maybe. I jest. We monitor you as we monitor all magical anomalies. Don't worry. You're one of the good ones. If you weren't, well, you'd be dead.
Thanks. What happened to Isgarin and Dagda?
Possessed. It's a nasty little trick courtesy of our friends, the Cryptists. They wiggle their way into your mind, corrupt each thought one by one until you're raw. The pain refuses to cease.
And why didn't you get possessed?
Well, not for lack of trying. I came pre-built with a special little ability that allows me to split in two. Can't take over my consciousness if half of it is hightailing it to the Wizard's Tower, can you?
So, why aren't you made of stone?
I'm not. No. Ascended before the last dwarf turned. I have strange feelings about that. The right. But I'm reaching for something that isn't there or behind a thick wall. Must be sounding a little woo to you, aren't I? Wizards like Mabon and I are a little different from you mortals. We needed to ascend to get these powers. Separate our planes of consciousness so that we can connect to the current. In simpler terms, our old self is put on a separate shelf. Our new self, our wizard selves, take over.
Yeah, no, this... I've seen all this as a reminder, and this was sufficiently high concept to make me immediately be de-invested in it. I am looking forward to it proving me wrong, but... yeah, these are the defenders of the multiverse, who deal with higher tier, different tier threats in the mists, and just,
Soja, it's been...
a long time. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's been an eventful day. I suppose I'm still in shock.
I bet you are.
It's good to see you.
And you. We have a lot to catch up on.
So, where you been?
Here. I went back to Radisum after Maguma. They tried to help me heal, but nothing worked. It was different then. It didn't feel like home. They treated me differently. So I traveled. And I traveled and traveled until I found somewhere I belonged. They took me in, helped me heal. Been here since.
That would be Felicia Day, Kay. Also, hi, Kay. How did you get here?
The Wizard's Court keeps all of this a secret. When I left Ratasum, I just wandered for a while. I needed to be alone. I felt... I ran into another Asura in a hunting lodge outside Divinity's Reach. You know. I told her my story, she told me hers. Then she took me to meet Mabon. And the rest is history.
Right. Are you in this astral ward?
Yeah, I am. Been studying under Mabon for a few years now. He saw something in me. Not just my brain, but he saw a flicker of power in me. Magic. More than just the elements. I have always been proud of being a scientist, and believe me, I still am. But I never thought there was something else in there. Waiting to come out.
So, you're a Mersat, which honestly should be an even bigger deal than a freaking dwarf and Zojja. By the way, did you catch that? All three of these are supposed to be heavy hitters. So, the dwarf is kind of a big deal if you really know the lore of the setting. The Mersat is supposed to be a big deal if you've, gone through the thing and remember Guild Wars 2. And, of course, Zojja is a big deal if you played vanilla and read the book. I just think this is an interesting approach, really trying to get the player invested right off the bat. Which is naturally why they made us do a stealth section that was terrible first.
I'm sure you have many questions for me.
Quite a few. Are you...
A Mersat, yes. And I'm sure that isn't the biggest shock you've received today.
Wizards, the Astral Ward, traveling to wherever I was? No, it's not. I apologize if I find it hard to trust you immediately. My only experiences with the Mersat have been,
Dire at best, I know. Ask whatever you need. My knowledge is yours. You've placed a lot of faith in us already. Commander, I require your attention. Come speak to me, please.
Hang on. What is this place?
We are currently standing outside the Beacon of Ages. You may recognize it from folklore. Tyria dubbed it the Wizard's Folly Tower. Not our choice, of course. We have beacons such as this all over the world. They are conduits, so to say. The shield that they powered was recently broken, hence, well, all of this. This land is ancient and sacred. High above us in the clouds lies Omnitas, our home. Unfortunately, we're barred from getting any closer until we can quell the tower's defenses.
So, what is the Wizard's Court?
We are protectors, not too dissimilar from yourself and your liege, Aurene. While you kept Tyria safe from the threat of the Dragon Cycle, we watched you from the clouds. Until recently, the World Spire has powered a shield that guarded this world from the mists. To an extent. The final Dragon Cycle weighed heavily on our ability to shield ourselves. Nightfall came. Balthazar. Tyria has suffered still. But when the cycle ended, the magical ecosystem was fractured. The lake stilled. And now, you can see to the bottom. Aurene has begun to re-stabilize the system. I can feel her at work now. But until we mend the spire and our beacons, we are blood in water. Not only to the Cryptis, but anything else that may be looking.
So yeah, consequences. Who are the Astral Ward?
They are our protectors. While the other wizards and I kept the shields in place, the Astral Ward kept eyes on the rest of the world. Despite our best efforts, there are cracks in every system. Creatures of the mists have found ways inside. The Ward protects you from them. Every time a rift opens in Tyria, they seal it and kill whatever terror it has set loose.
Right. So what are these cryptids?
The Cryptis are demons. They evolved, learned. Their influence and power grew under the guidance of their leader, Epoch. Centuries ago, Epoch wanted to join our ranks, but Iskarin denied him entry. He found Epoch to be ignorant, hungry. Demons tend to be solitary creatures, but Epoch saw potential. Wells of power that they'd yet to tap into. He dubbed himself their king and built a society in his own image. One of fear and anger. Nyos, the realm of dreams. They've spent centuries watching us, and others, learning all they can. Now, they've chosen to act.
So, how come this is the first time I've heard of any of this? Because this was all written after Guild Wars 2 was supposed to be shut down. So all of this stuff is new, and that's why there's no foreshadowing of it whatsoever. Oh, okay. One more question. Is there a multiverse?
That was Iskarin's choice.
Just wondering.
He made it long ago. He felt that the world only needed to focus on one terror at a time. Though I do admit, maybe this would have been prevented if we had asked for help sooner.
Cool. Okay. And yes, that's Liam O'Brien. And this really does feel like Guild Wars Reboot, which is fine. It's worth noting. I'm in favor of it on paper. Like I said, I'm kind of judging it harshly because it's the type of story that just makes me roll my eyes right out of my head. But for the review purposes, we'll be wonking it as neutrally as we possibly can. I'll give it its chance.
She didn't make it back. Mabon focused all of his energy on grabbing the commander.
If she has half the strength of her mother, I pity the Cryptis that tries to put her down. Ah, yes. Glad to see you on your feet.
Me too.
I suppose we finally have a breath for a proper introduction. Name's Frode. Welcome to the Astral Ward.
So... you all knew who I am?
Of course we do. We've watched your whole journey. Amazing, really. It's a bit jarring to see you in the flesh.
You've got quite the fan club up here.
We didn't always know if you were an ally. But, I mean, no offense. You've experienced so much.
I can't blame you for being hesitant.
I mean, have you seen one of my biggest allies? She's a fish.
It's okay. She's endured worse. If anyone can build a life for herself in a realm of rot and chaos, it's my daughter.
Is that a compliment?
Irina is your daughter. I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was walking into.
That's not your fault. Being a member of the Astral Ward comes with severe consequences.
So you two are members of this ward?
We are.
What our modest friend neglects to mention is that he is our valiant leader and guide. I am Narcisse. I specialize in medical magics and herbal remedies. If you ever find yourself with a demon on your shoulder, give me a call.
Funny.
Will do.
So you wanted to speak to me?
I do. Now that you've got some sense of our situation, I've set up a meet with the rest of the Rift Hunters.
Rift Hunters? Are they also Astral Ward?
Correct. I'll explain later. Got a camp set up nearby. I'll walk you through everything.
Got it. I'll see you there soon.
Admittedly, that's a good question, Scumlord, and I'll freely admit that I don't know 100% in this case, so I will just acquiesce that you were completely correct, and walk away from calling this a multiverse. It does have all of the fingerprints of a multiverse story, which admittedly irritates me. But again, we'll see as we go.
What are you?
You worry too much.
Right. Not the first time we've had a voice in our head, by the way. Or the second, actually, on the subject. Alright, so we are now officially, no really, off the map for me. I haven't seen anything from this point onwards. Other than, you know, roaming around and doing events and stuff. As you can see by the fact that I have most of this zone already kind of unlocked and done. Let's go and just focus MSQ. Let's just do that.
Do you have business with the Warden?
Sure.
Commander, over here.
What's up?
They are taller than I thought.
Commander, Yuno, one of our oldest members.
Oldest mortal members.
Wish I had time to give you a proper introduction to the Astral Ward, but things are dismal.
Remind me why we can't call for more help. I could have a fleet of airships here in a day.
The Astral Ward is a secret. That is Isgaren's preference, even in times of worry.
Isn't Isgaren compromised? Won't it be too late if you wait for his permission?
Mabon is choosing to honor his will. We will do the same. Rian could really use your help in the Rift Hunters, one of our more hands-on divisions. They track down rifts before whatever horrors inevitably spill out of them. Just like the one that pulled you into Nios. They're popping up all over Tyria. Innocent lives are at risk. Rian is waiting for you. He'll gear you up and give you whatever details you need.
While you help contain the threat, we've got Astral Ward searching for Dagda and Isgaren's whereabouts. As soon as we gather more intel, we'll call on you to help with the cleansing.
What exactly are we dealing with?
Dagda and Isgaren will need to be cleansed, so to say, of their Cryptus possession before they can aid us. Dagda is our first target. We believe she's hiding nearby, probably attempting to cleanse herself of any unwanted guests. As soon as we can confirm her location, we'll call on you. Give me your thing. The one you use to talk to your friends from far away.
My comms device. Oh, sure.
I do not miss the ever-changing nature of technology. There. I've attuned your little device to pick up on arcane fluctuations. We'll be able to contact you anywhere. Even if you stumble into another rift.
Well, let's hope the latter doesn't happen anytime soon.
Yes, let's.
Okay. Well, if I'm going to be doing work with you... Yes, I saw Mr. Floyd. By the way, hi, Mr. Floyd. And yes, this is obviously Jennifer Hale.
I was an esteemed professor in the College of Synergetics. To study the metaphysical is to study the inner workings of the flow itself. It's good work. But my people are stubborn and petty. Bureaucratic, even. It's limiting. Zojja and I had the same realization. Expecting satisfaction from that city is like expecting a Skrit to win the SNAF prize. So I went on a long sabbatical to explore the world beyond the stuffy labs and debate halls of Radasum. And then I found this big lump of bricks hiding away in Garenhof. Mabon noticed my curiosity. And here I am. I still collect stipends from the Arcane Council. They think I'm in a jungle somewhere, gawking at plants. Bureaucracy.
Let me tell you about this place called Cantha. Okay. Have fractals been useful?
Extremely useful. I personally believe it is our most important area of research. For many problems, it is difficult to see the solutions in advance, but easy in hindsight, after it's too late to fix it. But the fractals allow us to learn from mistakes we didn't actually make. That knowledge is essential in preventing those mistakes we can't afford to make.
So, why do they have to have real people in them?
Originally, the wizards tried simulated beings, approximations that could experience life but couldn't suffer from it. But without that element, they didn't act like they would in our world. The data held no predictive power. Each aspect of real beings was needed. Their freedom, their strength, and yes, even their suffering. It was the only way.
That's horrific. What happens to a fractal once you're done with it?
The wizards have the ability to, well, for lack of a better term, to pause the experiments. They are then kept in that frozen state in case they are needed later. That way, no additional harm comes to them.
That's continuing to be horrific. Okay. What happens to the people in the fractals after this?
We will help them to survive this ordeal as best we can. But after, ultimately, that will be up to them. As long as we could keep them in their fractals, that was the most humane approach. But that is no longer possible. They're living beings, as real as you or I, and they deserve the right to choose their own paths forward.
How do you live with all the horrifically evil things you just told me?
The same way that you do, Commander. I've watched your career with admiration, seen the choices you've had to make. You know, as I do, that the right thing to do is rarely clean. There are always consequences, and many of them severe. I've spent a long time on this problem, and this is our best option. Part of leading is accepting the cost of that choice. The truth is, as high as the price is to learn what we've learned, I've never regretted it.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave now.
But someone must. You've faced those choices yourself. You're likely to again.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and not be around you, if that's okay.
Do you have business with the Warden?
No, I'm good, thanks. Yeah, that's kind of horrific. Kinda, yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
Commander. Your eyes have seen so many places, so many beasts. I know a hunter when I see one. Apologies. Being in your presence may be more shocking for some than others. I am Rian of the Rift Hunters.
Frode and Yuno sent me to help. It sounds like we're working against the clock.
Well, your help comes with kind timing. Rifts have been appearing all over Tyria, but they're especially potent here. Thankfully, that device of yours, the Heart of the Obscure, has given us a new windfall. In your hands, a blessing. They found it in Waiting Sorrow's quarters just before we lost the tower. Don't know what she made it for, but the Heart's ability to open and seal rifts by following their astral frequency is impressive. I've not much more time with the Heart than you, but let me guide you. The Heart of the Obscure is capable of astonishing things. It can act as a conduit for your emotional energy, channeling it as a source of power. Now, hold the Heart aloft and focus your thoughts on the demonic rifts and your desire to hunt down these intruders. Do you feel it?
I can see it. The magic in the air is flowing.
Incredible. What does it look like?
Hard to describe. A little frightening. Like the world itself is reaching toward something. You can't see it.
No. You and the Heart are one in this moment. I've seen before what you do now, but I am a bystander. It might seem overwhelming, but don't be afraid. These are your own thoughts made manifest. Go on now. Why don't you see where it leads you?
Check it out. I got that recently. First time I've had that. In however many years it's been since they added the ley line thing. Now I just need to get a ley line for my mount, and then I'll be good. I have the...
Someone help me get back to the village. It's... oh god, everything is floating in the air.
Up we go.
We could use your help here. The storm
Or
over
not.
Marinov has eased up some, and the mayor and I need to look for survivors. It's the least the ward can do, given that we're partially responsible for them even existing. If you find anyone, let me know and we'll portal them out.
See, I've done this event several times because it's a convenient way to get several weeklies and dailies done. That's why I was like, oh, hey, it's that place, when we saw that in, you know, the real world? I don't know. Whatever you want to call that. The place that isn't here. There it is. We might be too late. Yep, they're already in progress. So these are rifts. I hope you enjoy these, because you're going to do a couple of these. Especially if you want that sky scale. Out of curiosity, how much of the fine rift essence did you need, Mr. Red, if you're there? Come on. Oh, we're waiting. Yeah, these are extraordinarily simple. Kill a bunch of enemies, use your thing, kill a big enemy, you're done. You needed 500? I already have that.
It's done.
Good.
Wow.
The Cryptis are relentless. There are doubtless many other rifts to seal. You've got your work cut out for you. If you have questions or need guidance on any of this, come and find me. We're in this together.
Yeah, it's so, okay. From what I understand, the standard rifts, which is probably what Mr. Red was doing, you have about 10 to 15. There's also tier 2 rifts and tier 3 rifts. Those require items to summon. They do not happen naturally. Doing rifts gets you items to summon bigger rifts, I think. Like I said, we're really starting to stretch the limits of my understanding of what's going on here. Is my next quest seriously just go close rifts? Jesus Christ. Okay, fine. Anyways, higher rifts give more things, blah, blah, blah. There are 3 tiers of rift currency. And you probably don't care about any of those except for the basic one unless you're going for legendary stuff. Are you a rift?
You hoarded this feast for all these years, as though I wouldn't get my due.
Ah, there it is. Rift motivation. Ah, that has some health. Look at that. That is absolutely the easy grind, Minerva. You do not want to know what the bad grind is. I know people who are much more tolerant of grind than I, who look at the Sky Skill grind and just go, oh my god. Yeah, honestly, these rifts feel like a specific type of fate. For good and for bad. Like, they're harmless, but ultimately they are not what I would call great content. They're there. They're harmless, right? I guess it's taking too long. And I just realized this isn't even a rift. Oh, FF11. Well, that I don't know anything about. Obviously, I suppose. Let's go up. I mean, we've talked about it before. The original Sky Skill grind was primarily there to be the uber legendary. By all accounts, and by all behind-the-scenes information we have, it was intended to be the thing that you went and you did. Like, that was your end game, was getting a Sky Scale. Once you had that, you were like the man, right? It's like, oh man, I got a Sky Scale, woo! Let me tell you, that's about right. Having done it over months. Actually, I think years might be more accurate. I wasn't joking when we were going through Path of Fire. I quit the Sky Skill grind multiple times.
I can see the rift.
Terrifying, isn't it? You'll need to stabilize it before you can seal it. Get closer and channel the heart. The Cryptus will attempt to break your focus on the spell and stop you. Be prepared to defend yourself. Focus on your desire to protect Tyria.
You know, now that I'm thinking this, Light Evolve, this rift thing reminds me a lot of an event that used to happen. Event? I don't know what word to use. A thing you could do back in Asheron's Call. Yes, cat. Hell, the actual rifts in Rift took this and ran with it. Those were actually fun, though. I enjoyed those. Is it over here? Oh, this way, apparently. Yeah, let's repop that. I mean, again, Giga, I feel like we're starting to feel the limitation of personnel, time, and budget.
More of those dragon riders flying over the city. Scouts, maybe? But I don't know for sure.
Okay. Because, yeah, rifts are reasonably rewarding. You get a decent amount of experience from them. They have a lot of things that encourage you to do it. Cough, cough. Speaking of which, I just got a daily for doing a rift. And people tend, because people are encouraged to do them, people tend to do them, which means it's very rare you're going to do a rift by yourself, which is good, because that would suck. Oh, there it is, I can see it.
How's it looking out there, Commander?
I don't see anything, but I can feel it. Something out there. The magic is getting stronger. Focused.
Good. He must be getting close.
I gather your rift hunting is going as planned.
Adapting. These fractals. To be born into one reality, and pulled into another to be hunted by demons.
Another thing that we'll need to handle. When you've got a moment, please report back to the medical ward at the Beacon of Aegis.
I can do that.
Given your exposure in Nyos, I'd like to confirm that you're at optimal health.
If the fox pokes his head into one too many burrows, who knows what will snap at his face. Be careful approaching the rift. Ceres is looking for you. He got a taste, and he wants a bite.
Thanks, extremely.
So concerned, why did you rescue me?
For curiosity, perhaps. Or do I want to kill you myself?
Not making a great case for yourself.
You are such a fascinating creature. Your memories are molten. The trials you faced. Can you blame me for wanting to see what comes next?
I mean, a little bit, yeah. But it's okay. I'm sure that's an extremely trustworthy, secret evil voice in my head.
Welcome to the Beacon of Aegis.
Oh. You don't want that, kid. Thank you. Ooh. These appear to be rib-related. Ah. Make a spot here. Very carefully. Oh my goodness. Okay. Have to be careful around that. Okay. Honestly, the advice I've given Lunareth applies to you as well, Mr. Red. This is one of those games that it's perfectly good to just be like, you know, I feel like playing some Guild Wars 2 and pop in and work on for a bit, you know? Just a few little tidbits, right? I know that sounds strange, but thanks to that lack of a subscription, it means that you can approach the game differently. It's not a goal you're trying to reach, it's something you're doing while doing something else, right? Or something you do in the background. Now, I'll admit, that drives me bonkers. I am a very goal-oriented person. So I look at a legendary and I go, and I just kind of give up on it. But for everybody else, that's the advice I give, mostly because it was given to me by Pax. Oh, excuse me. I'd offer you this cat, G-Juice, but he's not mine.
Oh. Hey.
This place is impressive, if not a little terrifying. The wizards can create fractals. Still trying to wrap my head around it.
Yeah, it can be a lot. We're still getting used to all of this ourselves.
This one is a little prickly. But I can tell you're familiar. She's harder to read. Emotional. Angry.
Did you say something, Commander?
Oh, I wouldn't tell her about me if I were you. She's a bit more raw. Might not react how you'd like.
Nothing from me. I'll leave you to your work.
Sorry. Mostly talking to myself. I was trying to figure out exactly how to do this. And it looks like we do have a specific rebinding for it, but I'm completely out of keys to use to rebind, so...
Welcome to the command center.
It's still up. Well, here, let me have some cake. Okay. Okay. There we go. Jesus. Wait, what? Intercepted unhandled exception in Guild War 2 process. Game will terminate when this box is closed. That's a new one to me. But I didn't crash. As I am clearly showcasing right now. Okay. Moving on.
Yuno told me you were coming. Sit. Quickly, please.
Yes, Giga, sit on the bed. Quickly. We need to get you checked out. Alright, let's see here. Okay. Let's see. Pulse, non-existent. Breath, not applicable. Smell, delicious. Alright, you're good, Giga.
Vital signs, mostly normal. Do you feel anything strange? Sharp pains in your feet? Any nausea? Distant memories surfacing?
No, nothing like that. Nothing like Maguma.
Need you to be honest if we want a proper bill of health, Commander.
Maybe I've been hearing a whisper since I got back from the demon realm. Nyos?
Not surprising. Here, let's check on your astral alignment. Influenced, perhaps. But I can confirm that you aren't possessed. Your will is intact. We can work with that. Hearing voices after traveling through the mists isn't entirely uncommon. So long as it's not telling you to murder anybody, and you're not acting on those impulses, I see no threat.
That would make things exciting, wouldn't it?
I'll keep a close eye on it.
Well, I guess we told someone late. Well, that was actually pretty fast, too. Like, hey!
Nice work out there. Sky scales are invaluable for navigating the fractured landscape, but there's even more they can do. Speak with Skyscale trainer Diane at the Beacon of Ages if you want to learn everything there is to know about Skyscales.
Yep, I wouldn't know anything about Sky Scales. Please tell me about them.
Commander, we think Dagda is near the old observatory. Rian will watch for additional rifts. You need to come to us immediately.
I did look. I've been looking into it ever since you donated. It's looking like the answer is going to be a pretty firm no on World in Conflict. 2007 is probably the dead center of the streamability gap. But, and it looks like it's going to fall prey to that. I'm trying to see if there's like a fan patch or something, but it looks like the answer is no. That doesn't work. So yeah, I'm gonna have to say no. Sorry. Oh no, Loke's dead. No, Loke! Okay, Broken Arrow. Where's Broken Arrow? That came out about 2 weeks ago. I don't know. Yeah, let me get this next cutscene started. These volatiles? No, these are static charges. I think you need static charges for the Sky Scale grind, too. I don't remember. I wasn't looking at it too hard. Since it's not super relevant to me.
I only got a glimpse before she moved farther into the cave, but, not good.
We shouldn't overwhelm her. I'd recommend that Zojja and the commander move ahead without us.
What are you going to do?
Yuno and I will guard the entrance. As soon as Dagda moves, every Cryptus nearby will want to join the fray.
Wizard magic is delectable to the Cryptus. Every well of power they hold is a feast to be devoured.
Right, so we better get moving. Commander, with me.
Yeah, let's go.
What, nervous?
Not used to taking orders.
A lot has changed.
And you are not the boss of me, to be very clear. Oh no, I could probably get a hold of it, Luke. I have to sail the high seas, but I could probably get a hold of it. But no, it looks like it's not streamable. So, that's that. It's the first thing I check for, because it's the easiest thing to prove when it comes to a game that I've never heard of. I think I agree with you, Blake Jabal. We'll call that 30 hours. Yeah, this music, am I right?
Anything I need to know about Dagda?
She's the wizard of the Celestial. Specializes in power drawn from the cosmos. A Jotun. Packs one hell of a punch, too. Any Cryptus that took her down is probably one we should be afraid of.
A Jotun wizard?
They were among the most magical races in Tyria.
Right, but...
Yes, they're not anymore. But Dagda is 1,000 years old. More. She's seen a lot.
1,000 years old.
At least, you've got a lot to learn about the wizards.
You've taken your first step into a larger world. Is the vibe I get from all of this. So, one of the easiest ways to tell how something can be hooked and streamed is to see if it has a proper windowed mode support, Luke. So that's the kind of thing I look for immediately. If there's no windowed mode, the second thing I look for is there an easy fan patch to add windowed mode? If the answer is no to both, then I just chop it off right there. A letter? For me?
Do you hear that?
Yeah, I do. Alchemy! They're already swarming!
Hello, Evo.
Zojja! Help me! Ciri, is that you? Kill me!
Well, you heard her. I mean, it's fine, Evo? I don't know. It's not catching me so far. It's fine so
Make
far.
the stars cradle you.
She was a friend?
Found family. They'll keep coming until Dagda is stable. Let's move.
I admit I'm rather uninvested in the overall plot, but we'll see where that goes.
Another rift. That is where Dagda will be. I can feel her, and,
And?
You lead.
Okay, sure. Like, imagine you're reading a story that's reasonably well written, well executed, all about how monarchs are totally radically. Okay, I'm gonna cancel because Loke is probably typing something. And that's like the core of the story is monarchs are rad, yo. Okay, there we go. Boop. Yeah, Arthurian legend. I mean, it's not quite multiverse. I think Scumlord is correct. It's just, and I don't know. I'm not feeling it.
The air is particularly dense in here. Which one of you latched on to the wizard's soul?
Zosha, what are you doing? You brought the Harbinger to kill me?
They're here to help. They're a friend.
They're here to end me, as they've ended so many others.
I'll see if I can cast a barrier to keep her trapped. Don't want to lose her again.
Yeah, it's okay. We already fed the demon we have in the party lots and lots and lots and lots of food.
There are so many voices!
Alchemy! Commander! Don't let them overwhelm you! There are too many of them! Hold on!
Like, on the one hand, I get what they're going with. They want to introduce a brand new villain totally disconnected with the dragon story, which I'm with. But I'm not really feeling the Cryptus. And I think part of the thing is it feels to me like it's trying to upsell them. Which never works for me. And yeah, if the Cryptus had been a little bit more established before this, hell, even the Wizards. And yes, I know I said the Wizard's Tower goes back to vanilla. That is to say, Guild Wars 1.
Stay with me, Dagda!
But, like, it was an anecdote, you know, a side story thing.
That's not my name. Don't call me that.
You've almost conquered one of the sides. Keep pushing.
I don't know how much longer I can keep this up!
I do like them trying to not one-up the previous threat, which would be absolutely the wrong call after Su Wong. And the Void, more accurately.
I can imagine the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Oh, my thoughts are my own again.
Oh, I know you. I've done raids with you.
An ache in my neck, but I'm fine, little one.
What raids? Meadows.
This is the commander? Well, thank you for refraining from killing me. I'm sure you resisting that urge was a challenge.
Yeah, screw you too, lady.
I don't understand. I helped you.
Mabon brought them here. We're on the same side.
Mabon is too trusting.
Maybe you should check in on Frode and Yuno. Make sure they didn't get ambushed.
Understood.
Cool. You're welcome, by the way.
They've had to make some very difficult decisions. You can trust them.
What if the Elder Dragon views us as a threat next?
Then you're dead.
Even if Aurene eventually succumbed to the Void, the commander would make the right decision, as Glint rejected Kralkatorrik.
It wasn't that simple. And those with good intentions make ignorant decisions every day. Ugh.
Rest. We'll talk about this later, okay?
Yes, that's right. Even amongst the dimensional cops, they're still accusing me of being a threat. God, these people. It's the char all over again.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Or 10.
How's she faring?
Zoja's with her now. A little beat up, but managing. Going to be honest, we didn't have the warmest of introductions.
Unsurprising. Dagda is,
A mother to us all.
and fiercely protective of her brood. We'll get Dagda somewhere safe to recuperate until we can get back into the tower. We'll meet you at the Beacon of Ages. Catch your breath, and don't take it too hard. She'll see you.
Okay. Well, normally I'd keep pushing, but this has been a hell of a day. And we just met a really nice pause point.
That's good.
And you're still here. Am I possessed?
No, you are not.
Then who are you?
Peter.
And what do you want, Peter? Now you choose silence.
Oh, what's this? Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and chop it off. I'm not feeling it. I like the idea of being Skyskill all over the place, but honestly, I'm gonna have to chew more on the zone design. I have actually roamed around here and done events before. I'm not super impressed. Like, it's a zone with flying, and I've seen that since Heavensward, you know? Or frickin' WoW BC. Yeah, they're poking, exactly. Like, I don't think it's a negative. I don't think there's anything bad about it. But that's kind of my overall approach so far is it's fine. The story is fine. And there's nothing been particularly negative worthy so far, and there's been nothing particularly positive worthy so far. It's why I feel weird. I keep glancing at the document, but I keep coming up with nothing. Like, it's there. And yeah, honestly, I return to my previous concept. Like, it feels like they really, really had absolutely no idea what to do going forward, since they were just kind of forced into it. And so they were just like, well, okay, hear me out. Wizards. And yeah, exactly, look, it doesn't help. I don't want to be mean, because this is obviously still a lot of work and effort. But, like, that's Kyning. That's the Alolan. I forget where, but that's some part of Alona. And there's Maguma. And there's Garenhoff. Like, obviously work has been done to make these different, but it's just, here's these zones again. And if you've been paying attention, that's been a trend ever since we finished End of Dragons, ever since we hit the patch content of End of Dragons. This is just here. Here's something that takes less time and effort to do. And then there's whatever that. I'm pretty sure this will be new once we get there. Actually, haven't been out here yet. This is also new. It's fine. The meta here is pretty cool. I will actually give it that. And I've done it several times, but yeah, I've technically already written it down for Broken Arrow Loke, but if you find something, let me know. Anyways, yeah, it's exactly, Sean. It's just mid. It's not bad. It's like that spider. It's dead. Just like me. Tomorrow we'll do more of this expansion.